Welcome, everyone. September 12th, 2022. Anyone have report outs or questions or something for tonight? Mr. Seymour.
Thank you. Just an update on the calendar from the last couple of weeks. I took the opportunity on the 31st. Feels like I haven't been here for like a year. What year is it? Yes. On the 31st, there was a multi-department presentation, the homelessness and the rights of businesses. And so I listened in on that. That was very well done by all who put that on. So thank you very much to that. Then I'm trying to find which month we're in even now. Last week, special permits was canceled on first Wednesday. That was a rare break in their work. Just didn't have anyone that needed to have their license reviewed or updated at that point. I was lucky enough to attend the employee appreciation barbecue at the park that was put on by ERAT. They did a great job with that. Lots of fun, lots of employees. So that had a great time at that, and Councilor Nermello was there too. So we had an opportunity to meet with the employees as they came. You know, when you stand in front of the food line, people have to go by you. So a little blocking maneuver, you know, networking.
Slapping their hands.
Networking, yeah. And then that evening, Parks, Recs, Libraries, and Open Space Advisory Board met and reviewed some of the plans for the upcoming year, and some updates were given on the Squires Park update that there's going to be a public meeting, a community meeting held on that. Also had the opportunity that was a fun day. Had the opportunity that day to represent the city at the Jeffco Senior Hero Volunteer Awards. We had a 89-year-old young lady that has volunteered over 2,300 hours at the Apex, what used to be its Community Resource Center. Now it used to be the Senior Resource Center at 64th and Wadsworth. And she's a Westminster resident. And so that was fun to be there, to be part of the recognition for that. Commissioner Dahlkamper gave out the awards, and then several local cities of people that volunteer in that community were there. Mayor Williams was there. I was a little disappointed. His jacket was rather toned down, and
oh, no.
I mentioned to him, that's what happens when you retire. So yeah, that was a great week seeing employees and community members.
Was that 2,900 in a year?
2,300 lifetime. Yeah.
So I don't even think we've even reported back since the chamber event either. So I know a lot of us were there, and so that was a great event. I really appreciate the time that staff took to put that together. And we had some great, not only attendance with the chamber and all the businesses that are really invested in our community, but just hearing back from them on what they appreciate that the city already does for the work that they do, and just the business survey that was presented and some of the questions that came in. You know, it's interesting because affordable housing came up several times from the businesses, so it's on everyone's mind. We did go to. We also attended the movie in the park.
Yeah, that was another week I forgot about.
It got rainy. Yeah. But it was fun.
We gave everything away so that we didn't have to load it back home.
Yeah, we tried not to eat any of the goodies. And you know,
we didn't even get a bag of popcorn.
No.
I mean, really. We gave it all away.
So, but I think, you know, I don't know whether it was the rain or just the nature of that one, but it wasn't as conducive to having people stop and chat with us. So that was, just something to think about for staff as we're looking at events in the future. And then, I had fun joining Councilor Seymour at the Employee Appreciation Lunch last week. So I'm glad we were able to do that. I got to see lots of people. Just noting, so Councilor Baker is going to attend for me next week to DRCOG. And then just a couple of community input items. I think I mentioned this to the mayor, maybe actually at the movie in the park, but started talking to a community member about their existing, they live in a sort of townhome community, and it's pretty small. They have an HOA, but they're looking at huge infrastructure improvements, like kind of redoing their internal roadway to the tune of like $500,000 when it's priced out. Or I don't know how much it exactly was, but it was pretty exorbitant sounding. And so I was asking the mayor, hey, have we in the past ever done anything where we, if we're doing a street nearby, do we ever kind of add in for efficiency? Can we look at helping some of these smaller, sort of naturally occurring affordable housing locations in our community kind of survive a little bit longer by finding some efficiencies with the way that we might contract, and they could pay into that. So just that partnership thought. And then speaking of another partnership, spoke with the Rocky Mountain Partnership. I know that Mr. Dorr is a part of that, but I think that they're definitely looking for more representation on their housing committee. The Adams County has their economic development director on that board. And so, and they're looking to ramp up the activity on that board. So that's just something that I will mention to staff, that either if we just have more of a presence as a community on there, or at least I can connect you with them, and or Mr. Dorr, you could maybe reach out to them and follow up. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Baker?
I was at the Rocky Mountain Airport Noise Roundtable today, and we were voted back in to join the group. I said that we were there to really support our sister cities. That was our primary purpose. We didn't have great expectations. I did request that they take into considerations the asks we had, like for reasonable expectations to be published, a common website sharing the information, and common and really consistent between all of the communities, and that we put down what our objectives are. And that actually got seconds from several of the other cities. It's going to be a very difficult board because there seems to be a lot of conflict between the airport operators and the elected officials in the roundtable. The airport said at least 3 times that, well, we don't have to do a noise really committee at all. So that sort of is their take on it.
Is it led by the airport? Because if this is supposed to be an
It's
effort.
actually 8 municipalities and governments. So it's Jefferson County, Boulder County, Arvada, Westminster, Superior, Louisville, Lafayette, and Brookfield. Okay, but of course, you can't have a noise roundtable without the airport being there. And a lot of the actual staff and a lot of the work that's done is done by the airport staff. Okay, but to me, it had too much presence with the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. So, and that's another very difficult organization which we participate in. And because, well, that actually has formal standing, but it can't recommend anything. This is just a group in standing, and by everyone in the area being there, any recommendation we give has a little higher power with the FAA. But several times it was mentioned that the 65 decibel level falls completely within the grounds of the Rocky Mountain Airport, so they don't have to do that noise. And it was almost as if all the local municipal officials are getting the complaints, and Rocky Mountain Airport really doesn't want to hear any of the complaints. So it's going to be very difficult, but I think we can make a contribution if we set expectations and all the limitations that are faced and how big a problem we can address on the noise, because most of the noise we cannot address at all, because it's really instrument landing rules and it's in the two circling areas above the airport. So it's only the outbound and the inbound that we can have something. And the goal of that would be to get that accepted by the FAA, and then it would be published in some really publications that pilots use to navigate in and out of there.
Councilor Uzadi, anything? Councilor Emmons?
Just that I participated with the mayor and Councilor Seymour in introducing our academy for fire and police, and it seemed like they were a very excited group, and very excited to have them on board and have them become alumni members.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't have anything that you guys haven't covered as far as events. I would say that I got good feedback at the movie in the park, so I think that the diverse offerings that we're getting are good, because I had somebody actually specifically tell me they liked having us at a setting where they could just say hi and just see us out. So everybody likes their encounters with us different, I guess, but just to keep that in mind. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is Inclusivity Board is on Wednesday, and I cannot be there because I will be attending the CASA dinner. So if Councilor Zadi can't make it, I'm not sure if somebody else can't for inclusivity, because I will be at the CASA dinner.
I'm out of town from tomorrow till Sunday.
Is that on our calendars? Counselor? Is that on our calendars?
It will be, I guess. I'll send it out to you.
Maybe staff could just let them know we might not have a council representative at the Inclusivity Board this week.
I was every place except where I was in Nantucket. So, and you guys were, but I sent a note to everybody, wishing them a happy week. I hope it was a great week for staff. And I did have one meeting while I was gone, and that was, well, I guess two technically. I met with the Northwest mayors and commissioners, and talking about, we did not get the money, raise money for 119 or Highway 119. So they're trying to get the representatives together to do a tour and have them in person, and everybody was really disappointed. The first letter that got drafted was pretty harsh, so everyone said, take a deep breath and we need to tone it down. So it was toned down, but that's what they're working on. And of course, Highway 7. And then I didn't meet a week ago Friday with Mark. Mark Freitag and I meet on Fridays at 4:30 and virtually. And this Friday we did meet, and we just met during dinner, and we're holding November 12th to have team building or a group meeting of all of us and whoever else needs to be part of that to start getting the team off the ground. He does have an apartment. He's going to be living at Westminster Row, and things are starting to come together. Questions for tonight, anyone? I didn't see any that came through.
Oh, I had a lot.
Sarah had a whole
Well, I
lot.
saw that, but I also saw answers.
Yeah.
So do you have more?
No.
I figured the budget stuff is next week, not this
Yeah,
week. So.
yeah.
And that's just a reminder, we are doing 2 weeks ahead. I know today things came in and it was sort of a fire drill for staff. So if we can read during the week and get our stuff in so they can have a Monday that they can actually work, that would be wonderful. Okay, we'll see everybody at 7.
6 minutes.
Okay, we ready? Welcome to tonight's meeting of September 12th, 2022. Tonight, as we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please stay standing afterwards, and let's have a moment of silence for the Arvada officer, Dylan Vakoff, who lost his life, and for his family. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Counselor Baker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMott.
Present.
Counselor Emmons.
Present.
Counselor Azadi.
Here.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Counselor Nermella. Here. And Counselor Seymour.
Here.
That brings us to consideration of minutes. Counselor Baker?
Okay, I will move to approve, the minutes of the August 22nd, 2022 meeting as really presented.
Counselor Emmons?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of August 22nd, 2022. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to our presentations this evening. And first up is Mayor Pro Tem with the Constitution Week.
Can I get the members of DAR to join me up front, please? So I have the privilege and honor to do the proclamation for Constitution Week. This was set at Congress in 1955, basically to show the importance of defending and educating people on our founding document, the Constitution. And so, it's also to encourage people to learn about it and to show them that that's really the basis for our way of life in this country. So real quick, before I have a couple comments, and then I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself and we'll read the proclamation.
Okay.
My name is Joyce Thomas. I am the regent, which is the chairperson of my chapter of Daughters of the American Revolution, which is in Broomfield. It's called Front Range Chapter.
And I'm Mara Nelson. I'm the vice regent.
I'm Linda Fischel, the corresponding secretary.
Thank you. And Joyce, also your former mayor of Federal Heights. So welcome. We appreciate that what you do for this is very important in my view and hopefully all of yours. So there's a couple things I wanted to read for you. This is my personal pocket constitution that I keep with me. And I want to talk a little bit about how that came out and just a couple little things that I've learned over my time that I think is interesting. So at the beginning of mine, I have the Declaration and the Constitution. So at the end of it, that's where everybody signed their signatures that decided to sign on to the Declaration of Independence that basically told England that we no longer wanted to be a part and we wanted to be our own country. And at the end of that, it says, and to support the reliance on protection and divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And so when they did that, I mean, that's a pretty serious thing. They basically signed their death warrant to who was our leader at the time, which was England. And so at the back of my constitution, I have people who believe as much as I do how important this is. I have friends who have signed mine. So if anybody's willing to do that, I welcome anyone who believes in this as strongly as I do to sign mine. And that's why I keep it with me. Because I think that's pretty important for us to realize what it took to found this nation and what people put online in order to make this nation be what it is and give us the freedoms we have. And so I also wanted to read a quick quote from JFK that I heard recently, and this is from his inaugural speech. He said, "In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility, but I welcome it." And really this document, the Constitution, is what the government is supposed to protect for us. It is not rights that are granted to us by the government. They are things that this council, any government who pledges to the Constitution in the US, those are the things that we're supposed to protect for you. And I think that's really an important thing for people to realize, and that it's that idea of going after life, liberty, and a pursuit of happiness that this country gives to us. So it's a really important thing. So I've got to do this proclamation a couple times over the years, and it's really important to me. And so I like to give some context around it, and we really think about what we're talking about tonight. Sometimes these things can be very mechanical, but I think in today's day and age of some super division in our country, to think how important these rights are for people who don't think like you, people who do think like you, and that we stick up for everybody's right to think differently or live their life differently and go after their own pursuit of happiness. So with that, I'll get off my soapbox and I will read the proclamation. Whereas it is a privilege and a duty of the American people to commiserate the 235th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas every American shares in this legacy of liberty, and we are grateful for the courage, conviction, and sacrifice of those who have helped preserve and uphold the principles of free society. And whereas we remember the enduring importance of the Constitution, we recognize our responsibility as citizens to respect and defend the values of our founding and participate in unfolding the story of freedom. And whereas in celebration of the signing of the Constitution and recognition of the Americans who strive to uphold the duties and responsibilities of citizenship of the Congress by joint resolution of August 2nd, 1956, requested that the week of September 17th and ending in September 23rd of each year be proclaimed as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through the 23rd, 2022 as Constitution Week, and urge all citizens to study the U.S. Constitution and reflect on the privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities which that privilege involves. Dated this 12th day of September 2022, Nancy McNally, Mayor of Westminster.
I just want to thank Mayor McNally and Mayor Pro Tem DeMott and the entire City Council and the City of Westminster. I thank you so much for doing this proclamation for us. Thank you.
We want to get a photo? Want us over here, over there? It doesn't matter. Just as close as you feel comfortable.
Just, if you could smile just for 5 seconds, I'll take a few. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Ladies.
Thank you very much.
Next, Councillor Seymour will do the next proclamation for Prostate Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. See, Marnie knew she was coming down. Thank you. First, I would like to take just a personal moment and thank my colleagues behind the dais here for giving me this opportunity to present this proclamation, and also for them giving me some grace earlier this year, because on December 10th of last year, I got a call that no one wanted to get, and that I had prostate cancer. So the great news is, because of a good friend of mine who harassed me to get my PS test, and some other people that I've met during this journey. It's been a real positive journey, so I wanted to pass that along, and that's why I asked for this proclamation. So I thank my colleagues for that. And let me have Marty introduce herself and her many titles right now and why she's up here.
My name is Marty Erickson. I'm serving as the interim HR director right now. And in HR, we have our employee wellness program. So we would also like to thank City Council for recognizing September as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. As a part of our wellness program, we offer this invaluable screening to our employees, our eligible employees and their spouses. And as a result of that, we have discovered this cancer in a lot of employees and their spouses at various stages, and many lives have been saved. So we look forward in the wellness program to continue to offer that screening and to help our employees and their families who have been diagnosed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I saw those statistics came out, the wellness update. So that was great news too, because there are no such things as coincidences. So the other side of this too is I will behoove every person in this room and that watches, every man get the test, every woman who loves someone, harass them until they do, please. And so it's quick, easy, and inexpensive, and it does save lives now. So the proclamation, whereas prostate cancer is the most commonly diagnosed form of cancer and the second leading cause of cancer-related deaths among men, and whereas this year, approximately 268,490 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in the United States alone this year, and roughly 34,500 will die this year from the disease, which is one man every 15 minutes. And whereas 1 in 8 men are diagnosed with prostate cancer, African-American men are the highest risk of the disease with a rate of 1 in 7 men. African-American men are 22 times more likely to die from the disease. Whereas education regarding prostate cancer and early detection strategies are critical to saving lives and preventing and protecting our families. And whereas all men are at risk for prostate cancer, we encourage the residents of Westminster to increase the importance of prostate screenings. And now, therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Cancer Awareness Month and call on the people of Westminster to recognize Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, signed this 12th day of September, 2022. So you could carry that proclamation around to all.
That now brings us to public comment. Do we have people signed up?
We do. We have 3 speakers signed up. The first speaker is Karen Ray.
And I would just like to remind all of our speakers, we have 3 public hearings tonight. So the public comment right now is not for any one of those 3 hearings that we're having. And for the record tonight, for public comment and for the public hearings, it will be a 5-minute time limit for speakers. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just want to take a couple moments around a procedural question.
I'm sorry, can I have you speak into the microphone?
Is that better? Okay. I had a procedural question I wanted to pose to the council. I emailed each member of the council earlier today in reference to CORA and public record disclosure in relation to the hearing that will be later this evening. I believe that the city staff decision to not release the legal documents from their consulting attorneys is in violation of the Open Records Act. On August 24th of this year, I requested all documents in relation to the upcoming hearing, including all consultants and contractors. The city contracted legal services with Butler Snow and Graham and Foster. Those documents were not included in the CORA request. I did receive the Anderson Analytics and other documents that the city contracted out services for. In omitting these consulting documents, the city council and the public is misserved not having access to documents that are being referenced in the staff report and the recommendations that will be heard later this evening. The city residents and council, I believe, have the right to be able to view all documents in which decisions are being made on and being referenced to in the course of making any kind of hearing decision. So I'm appealing to the city council to consider this in their upcoming hearing and to review, if possible, the email that was sent to you earlier today that references the correspondence that I had with the city staff, Mr. Bayerhoff. I was copied on some correspondence between Mr. Bayerhoff and Mr. Weiser, your contracted attorney, and the decision to not disclose. But the findings of your consultant are referenced in the other documents from the city staff report, but no actual documents to research. Which makes me believe that that needs to either be disclosed or be left out of your hearing proceedings and decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Brooks. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council and staff. Constitution week, month. I'm happy to be here and exercise my right as a citizen in our country, state, and city to participate in government, and to stop and think about that as you were making the proclamation that without that, we wouldn't be able to do this. I have comments on several items tonight. The first one is, it was brought to my attention by another community member that at least one recent city-sponsored community event, and perhaps more, an individual participated as a volunteer for one of the activities while also wearing a tag promoting their candidacy for elected office. It lends the appearance of the city supporting and endorsing one candidate while not offers the same opportunity. This looks to me like a direct violation of the city's policies that prohibits use of city resources to support specific candidates. I think it's fine for candidates to attend events and interact with those attending, but not as a representative of the city in an official or volunteer role. Secondly, at the last council meeting during public comment, a resident offered a suggestion for review and possible increase of city council compensation. I support taking a closer look at the idea, as such a move might serve to expand the pool of potential candidates beyond those whose employment offers the flexibility needed to fully participate in the time commitment and official duties of the council. I think it would be great to broaden the representation to be more reflective of our community. Third, at the August 22nd council meeting, Councilors Baker, Nirmela, and Izadi all expressed concern regarding the recent executive session on the water treatment plant plans and the need for greater community awareness and involvement in the development of a solution. I support their concerns. That might surprise you, Councilor Baker, that I'm in agreement with you tonight. And while I was initially surprised that this could be an issue, it got me wondering about the processes used to maintain the integrity of an executive session. When and if scope creep occurs in the topics under discussion, who's tasked with saying, hold up, this needs to be a public discussion? What records are maintained to allow for review of the content of executive sessions if, as it appears in this case, a participant or a member of the public raises a challenge to the executive session? After the concerns some members of this council raised about the Water 2025 plan that resulted in the plan being halted, I don't think you would want to give any impression that deliberations and decisions are being made behind closed doors rather than in a public setting. Lastly, tonight's agenda includes a public hearing on the 2023 budget. For the water utility budget, it's difficult to assess or provide comment if we aren't current on what the plan is. It's been over 2 months since the last study session update on water planning. I thought we would be getting the next update in August, but that didn't happen. And it's not listed on the agenda for next week's study session. So I'd like to request an update as soon as possible so we can all get current on the status of the reconsideration of the plan before the budget is approved. Thank you for the opportunity to comment tonight.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lori Goldstein. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here tonight as the president of the Adams 12 Board of Education to update you on all things Adams 12. The newest copy of the 5-star focus is out, and I will be leaving each of you with a copy. This year's theme is A Place for You. Our guiding goal is to know every student by name, strength, and need, and to ensure access, opportunity, and a sense of belonging for every student. And this is the foundation to elevating student success. The magazine includes inspiring stories of how our students and staff experience a sense of belonging. One of the featured teachers in this edition is Mr. Peter Ziltz from Rocky Mountain Elementary here in Westminster. Some of our points of pride. We have middle school sports again. So competitive sports for students in grades 6 through 8 are back. We're offering cross country this fall and boys and girls basketball later in the school year. Our career and technical education, also known as Future Forward in Adams 12 5-star schools, continues to expand in both programming and access. Additional behavior and mental health teacher because of high school interest, and a new sports medicine program, and expanding firefighting, which is taught by a retired Westminster firefighter, and our welding programs. With a commitment to providing equitable access to programming, the district is adding gifted and talented advocates in most schools. We call them GTAs, and they focus on accelerating student growth in the academic content area, supporting social and emotional needs, and fostering a positive school climate and culture regarding gifted services. Additional special education is added throughout the district and at each level to meet the variety of instructional, behavioral, and mental health student needs presented post-pandemic. As far as achievement, our latest CMS, which is our state standardized test results, show our students making more growth in the state in elementary language arts and math and in middle school math. Our latest PSAT and SAT at the high school level shows our students making more growth in the state in reading and writing and math. Since 2010, the number of students taking AP tests has grown 63%, and the percentage of students earning a 3 or above on our AP tests, and that's where you can get college credit, has increased from the mid-40s to 65% in 2022. We have challenges. Labor shortages, particularly with special education, transportation, and custodial. With the exception of the PSAT 10 and SAT, where achievement is above pre-pandemic levels, we have more work to do in the middle and elementary levels to get back to pre-pandemic achievement. Adequacy and equitable funding for education continues to be a challenge. As a result of state budget cuts stemming from the Great Recession of a decade ago, the 5-star district is receiving almost $30 million less in funding for the fiscal year. While we're resource constrained, the needs of our students continue to grow. The number of homeless students in the district has gone from 2%, which is 694 students, to 4%, which is 1,335 students of the student population over the last decade. Some of our major initiatives are 5-star equity engagement, our natural extension of our plan called Elevate, which we implemented several years ago. We have an equity goal to ensure access, opportunity, and a sense of belonging for each student and staff member. And after undergoing a year-long equity review process, we've established action steps rooted in 4 objectives: culture and climate. Students, staff, and families must see themselves represented and be respected and valued as a contributing member. Community engagement, high-quality teaching and learning, and diverse leadership. This is a multi-year, multi-step work that starts with the first phase of establishing a culturally competent culture and common language across students, staffs, and families. We are also working on our Blueprint 2032 as we wind down our 2016 bond. An important aspect of ensuring access, opportunities, and a sense of belonging for all students is providing academic pathways and facilities that support this goal. Adams 12 is in the second year of developing Blueprint 2032, a comprehensive long-range academic plan and facilities plan. Through engagement with students, staff, families, and community members, this process aims to answer critical questions such as, How do we ensure all students have access to warm, safe, dry, bright, and welcoming learning environment? And how do we ensure opportunities for all students to access high quality and diverse programming such as STEM education, career and technical education, and more? So thank you.
And you can breathe.
I got it all in. And where can I?
You can take a moment, Abby.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was great to hear what all you're doing. Thanks for all your work.
We have no more speakers signed up, but I do have one full speaker. So I'm going to, Mr. Henderson, you're unmuted. So if you could unmute yourself and comment.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is John Henderson. I'm a Colorado attorney. I've been sharing information with you regarding the Uplands Metro District, and I just wanted to take a brief moment to call to your attention, if you weren't aware of it already, that 2 items were added to the materials late this afternoon, which comprise the ballot issues, a mandatory criteria document under your policy that apparently, according to the email thread I received, the city staff did not receive until August 24th, and I believe have not had time to consider, and certainly with the late posting for the council, haven't had time to consider either. It's an important document for many reasons. The most important reason is that approving the Metro District plan before you tonight would necessarily include approving a total debt repayment authorization against future residents in the amount of $2.289 billion. And I would hope that the staff and you all would want more time to consider that than the few hours you may have had this afternoon. So I just raise it as a procedural matter in the hopes that you might consider addressing this sooner than the end of the evening and postponing the hearing on this until a more comprehensive evaluation could be had. Thanks so much.
And that's the last speaker I had signed up. Is there anyone in the audience that didn't get signed up that would like to speak? Again, not on any of the 3 hearings, but just general comment. Seeing none, that will take us to report of city officials. Interim Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors. I would like to begin my city manager's report tonight by thanking the members of the public who've already spoken and those who are here with us tonight to speak on and provide comment on the proposed 2023 budget, as well as the 2 other public hearings, one being the annexation of the property at 6971 Federal Boulevard, as well as the proposed Metropolitan Services Districts for the Uplands development. I'll direct my comments tonight to the budget hearing that's next on the agenda. The proposed budget is aligned to and builds upon the city's strategic plan and vision. With City Council's direction, the budget focuses resources on core services, police, fire, proactive code enforcement, and roadway improvements. That means improving the quality and condition of our streets, sidewalks, and pathways, putting more resources towards code enforcement to help support neighborhoods, contributing to the Jefferson County Homeless Navigation Center so we can help address the root of homelessness along the Front Range, and investing more resources for our public safety services, specifically police, fire, and emergency medical services. This focus on core city services will make our city beautiful, safe, and attractive for current and new residents and businesses alike. And finally, this budget incorporates feedback from the community that we've heard over the past year, including the community feedback that we heard at last year's budget hearing. While tonight's meeting is the formal community feedback portion of our budget process, we welcome all forms of community feedback now and throughout the year, whether it be emails, phone calls, or submissions to our online Access Westminster. As part of the annual budgeting process, a study session is scheduled for City Council for next Monday night, and staff is prepared and looking forward to answering questions and taking direction from City Council at that session, including taking into account the input we hear tonight from the community. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions or comments from council? Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Mayor. on the Saturday night in Arvada, really police officer perished while really trying to help the community. This is the second Arvada officer in about a year to be murdered. Should we ask for a moment of silence? And what thoughts shall we contemplate? Well, the many will consider this really senseless loss of a brave and decent person. Might there of the spouse, consider their partner get a different job? And some within our really society will be less charitable in their thoughts. So instead, should we ask for a moment of rage? How about a moment of anguish? While really moments of, reflection will bring sobering thoughts, if we decide that a change in our society is needed, to convert those moments of silence or anguish or rage into action, it takes minds and hands of people to make changes. And above all, it takes a clear view of the challenges, and it takes ideas to meet those challenges. Having a clear view and generating ideas is not easy. Those two tasks are really, really hard. I remember several years ago when Chief Burke briefed City Council on the challenges he saw in really policing. He noted a gulf between law enforcement and really citizens. I remember Chief Carlson directly called out two huge challenges he saw: custom and comfort. And Westminster has already taken actions to address police challenges. The Police Citizen Academy was early adopted idea and continues to this very day. Ideas like the cuisine with a cop breaks really stereotypes. Both of these innovative ideas reach to bridge between law enforcement and our citizens. And there are many, and there has to be many more ideas to explore and some to adopt. And Westminster is the perfect place to consider ideas. We're a very safe place. We have, the financial resources that other cities would long to have. We have a wonderful fire department and emergency service, one of the top 200 in the nation. We have an outstanding police department that has better relations with our citizens than many of our sister cities. But we can explore an idea without embracing it. And of course, we do face the obstacles of custom and comfort. We have to answer the common sense restraint of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Overcoming these obstacles will take, a commitment to improvement and the confidence that we are following the right path. Why would we improve if our self-satisfaction of how we do our jobs and our really arrogance that we are the best extinguish any possibility of improvement? So let's add to the ideas that we have already implemented. I do not expect every idea we consider to be embraced, but all ideas should be explored. A couple weeks ago, I shared with my colleagues on council an idea to consider about having Westminster Police be the really provider of emergency services. The potential of this idea are really paradigm breaking. Number one, this idea would place our police into repeated contact under really supportive circumstances with 20 situations a day, totaling 7,000 times a year, where there's a good police story to tell. A story where, the police are the good guys. A story where there is no fear of having police show up. A story where there is no threat of really potential for confrontation. Instead of really dreading the police arriving, our citizens would be anticipating the police arriving. Instead of flashing lights and sirens causing a citizen's heart to beat faster and engulf them with anxiety and fear. I mean, the flashing lights and sirens signal help is here. Then word of mouth that really citizens would share with their neighbors would amplify that number of good stories told many times higher. Instead of contact with really police being an embarrassing or shameful or unfair encounter that is kept hidden from friends and family, these contacts would be enthusiastically retold. 2, this could be a better, more efficient, thrifty use of government resources. There would be no loss of really response time. And I mean, the potential for really tailored personnel staffing and increased service really capacity that conforms to historical service time of day needs. There is a possible of medical transport savings. With 80% of calls not needing ambulance transport, a more efficient use of transport when ambulances are not sent to every EMS call is a strong possibility. Even the federal government being the payer on many transport billings might be interested in how this could really reduce paid transport services and save money. Well, the feds themselves might be interested in funding a pilot program. Number 3, it would require our police to really show themselves as the 3-dimensional human beings they are. Right now, police are the people that say no, and they could become the people, right now, police are the people that say no, and they could become the people who say, I can help. Right now, police are the people who get accused of taking people's rights, and they could become the people that save lives. I mean, the police stereotypes could be recast. Instead of being judged by the few failed members within their ranks, the sheer number of positive assistance calls would demand proportion in the judgments of police. And number 4, I mean, the inherent rewards of having police as EMS could make policing a better, more widely considered position. The instant reward of being thanked on the spot for the aid given would make what is an occasional event now into a commonplace perk of the future. I mean, the thank yous would be genuine and heartfelt. Over the last 2 years, while our fire department has had no personnel shortages, our police have run double-digit personnel shortages. Having, police utilize more of an individual officer's inherent ability could make police a more sought-after job. We could have a waiting line of applicants. I had a conversation with one of my colleagues, and he said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we do have an outstanding EMS. But the time to shop for a better product is not when you need it. It's before you need it. And just because we consider an idea doesn't mean we'll buy it. This is not a really cure-all. After council explores this idea, it may fail to be practical, but we will not know if we don't try. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other council member? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to quickly respond because I have a problem with springboarding off of a moment of silence that we just had for someone who just lost their life for something that you brought up, Councilor Baker, a week ago in trying to push a policy idea. I find that kind of, I'm not even sure what to say to it, but I will say that I think that maybe you have some misconstrued ideas about what people think when they see the lights of our police officers or the cars of our police officers. You're not thinking of victims who are calling the police for help when they're being assaulted or when they've been the victim of a crime. I think that you are looking in a very narrow box that I think is unfair to our police officers when you make it sound like anytime someone thinks of police, they think of some sort of a bad view, because I know that is not the view of this community, nor is it the view of me, and I believe many of my colleagues. So we can have that discussion at a different time, as this isn't the view, but I would say one last thing. We don't want police officers to be all things. However, we do ask them to do that today. That is why there has been the emergence of things like the co-responders, civilian report writers, because we have expected them to do much. Many times police officers, when they get into, say, a shooting with a person who might be trying a mess, the police officer whose life was just risked, those are often the ones who render aid. So I think that we do need to have a conversation, and it needs to have a little bit more fact to it, but I couldn't let that go unsaid.
Any other council comments? Seeing none, that brings us to public, turn the page. To our consent agenda, and we have items 8A through D. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt consent agenda items 8A through 8D.
Councilor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt item 8A through D. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
And Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
Thanks. And before we move on, Interim City Manager Andrews, with the people that spoke, the public, just for public comment, you'll make sure that they get answers to some of the questions that were posed to us. I just wanted to make sure they knew that they'll be getting an answer and somebody will contact them.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We follow up on every speaker to make sure that we provide that follow through. We have staff here tonight who do that. So thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to item 9, move to adopt resolution number 31. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 31, appointing a new alternate member to the Inclusivity Board.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 31. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
And Councilor Baker.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10A, a motion to pass Councilor's Bill number 41.
Thank you, Councilor. Bill number 41, authorizing the city manager to sign a third amendment to the original lease agreement between the City of Westminster and the Colorado Department of Corrections and the Colorado Department of Transportation.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 41. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Emmons.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Baker. And Mayor Pro Tem Demott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to item 10B. I will open the public hearing on the proposed 2023 budget and receive community feedback. And Interim City Manager Andrews, do we have anything from staff?
We do have staff here tonight. Mr. John, are you speaking tonight, John? No. We are going to open this straight up for public comment in that case, Mayor.
Okay. And do we have people signed up for this?
We have no one signed up for this item.
Is there anyone in the audience that didn't or the budget hearing tonight? Please just come forward. See no one, I will close the public hearing. And do we need a roll call to close it, or do we have to do anything here? Okay, that brings us to item C1. We will hold a public hearing around an annexation, and I will open that public hearing and ask staff if they have a report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm joined at the dais by Mr. Dave Downing, our Director of Community Development, and he's going to introduce staff tonight to provide a brief presentation on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. I'll call on Senior Planner Stephanie Ashman to make the staff presentation on this item.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. Yes, again, Senior Planner with the City of Westminster's Planning Division, and tonight we're holding a public hearing for the annexation, establishment of land use designation, and zoning designation for the property addressed at 6971 Federal Boulevard. Next slide, please. In advance of bringing this project before you, a staff agenda memo has been created for tonight's public hearing and has been properly noticed. The agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, and public notices mailed, posted, and published in the Denver Post and Westminster Window are hereby entered into the public record at this time. The notices of public hearing included 87 property owners within a 1,000-foot notification boundary. The notification boundary map and list of property owners notified within the boundary has been included as attachment 6 within tonight's agenda memo for you. The city has also posted the hearing date and time on its website. Additionally, the applications before you this evening went before Planning Commission on June 14th, 2022 of this year and received unanimous votes in favor of all 3 motions. Next slide, please. So here's a vicinity map of the proposed development. The subject property is addressed at 6971 Federal Boulevard and is currently under the jurisdiction of unincorporated Adams County. It is located and surrounded by the Westminster Station Area Specific Plan and is directly west of Federal Boulevard. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on the left is a map of the city's jurisdictional boundary shown in this heavy purple line and white overlay. The hatched parcel is the property under consideration this evening. And then to the right is an annexation map submitted by the applicant demonstrating the annexation boundary line, right-of-way, and the City of Westminster contiguous boundary. Next, please. Section 1151 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 4 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing petitioned annexations into the City of Westminster per the Colorado Revised Statutes 31-12-101. 1, the petition for annexation must be submitted to the city signed by persons comprising more than 50% of the landowners in the area and owning more than 50% of the area excluding public streets and alleys and any land owned by the city municipality, annexing municipality. 2, 1/6 contiguity must exist between the existing municipality and the property requesting to annex. 3, a community of interest exists between the area proposed to be annexed and the annexing municipality. And 4, finally, the substantial compliance hearing must be held before City Council. So staff finds the application is eligible for annexation under Section 31-12-101 of the CRS. The applicant provided a complete petition with the required singular property owner signature. The site meets contiguity requirements and will reside within the urbanized area under the regulatory guidance of the Westminster Station Specific Area Plan District. Additionally, a substantial compliance hearing was held on July 25th this year, where the City Council approved a resolution stating the annexation petition was in substantial compliance with the CRS for annexation petitions. Next slide. So the map on the left shows the proposed land use designation for the comprehensive plan to mixed use center. And the surrounding land uses include Tiemund, which is traditional mixed use neighborhood district, to the east, and mixed use center to the north, south, and west. The map on the right shows the proposed zoning to specific plan district. Some of the surrounding zoning districts include industrial to the northeast and specific plan district to the northwest and south. Next slide. So section 11.521 of the Westminster Municipal Code contains 10 criteria that are to be considered when reviewing an amendment to the plan for the proposed land use designation. These 6 bulleted points summarize the 10 criteria, and the full text language can be found within your agenda memo on page 43 to 44 of your packet. So some of the criteria summarized here before you is the amendment needs to be consistent with the vision, intent, and applicable policies of the comprehensive plan. Consider impacts on surrounding lands, provides for orderly physical growth, furthers an important public policy, and will not negatively impact city infrastructure. The proposed amendment addresses all 10 criteria because the land use designation, mixed use center, aligns with the use identified within the Westminster Station focus area of the 2013 comprehensive plan, the visions, goals, and policies of the Westminster Station area specific plan district, gosh, that's a mouthful, to create a transit-oriented development. The property was always contemplated to be included within the Westminster Station focus area and was accounted for as such. If the parcel were left unincorporated in unincorporated Adams County, its small size and access would prove to be difficult to develop and potentially not in alignment with the establishment of the vision that's been adopted. Next, please. 1153 and 11520 of the Westminster Municipal Code provides a total of 6 criteria that shall be reviewed when the city considers the establishment of zoning generally and zoning to a specific plan district. They have been summarized on this slide and can be further explained within your packet. Staff finds that the proposed establishment of the zoning to specific plan district for the subject property is in conformance with the city's comprehensive plan, Westminster Station focus area, and policies, standards of the sound planning principles established within that specific area plan. Additionally, the proposed zoning amendment is in alignment with the city's existing capacity for street and drainage and utility systems. The Westminster Station area specific plan will ensure that the development does not exceed the allowable density, building height, and unit count established in the plan approved by City Council in 2017. Next slide. The proposed applications before your consideration this evening meets the city's strategic plan priority of fostering a shared sense of community by incorporating private land into the city of Westminster under the specific plan district. And the addition to the city will work towards the vision of a transit-oriented neighborhood with a diversity of uses, housing types, commercial retail, and access to mass public transit within a walkable community. The city's strategic plan priority of providing robust infrastructure is met by incorporating zoning a parcel of land into the city to enable complete sidewalk multimodal improvements along Federal Boulevard once the property is in for review and develops in the future. Next slide, please. Staff recommends holding a public hearing to review the proposed annexation, land use amendment, and the establishment of the zoning. Staff recommends City Council approve the annexation of the 1.345 acre property addressed at 6971 Federal Boulevard, conditioned on City Council finding that the petition filed by the applicant substantially complies with the statutory requirements. Secondly, staff recommends City Council approve the comprehensive plan designation to mixed use center for the property addressed at 6971 Federal Boulevard. And thirdly, staff recommends City Council approve the establishment of zoning for the property addressed at 6971 Federal Boulevard. So this concludes the staff presentation for this evening. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I have the applicant here as well this evening that would like to do their portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian. I'll leave him to introduce himself.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brian Balatovich. I'm with Sherman Associates. Apologize for the mask. My kids, one I had to pick up with a fever. The other one came home with a fever. And I just started feeling terrible while I was waiting. So I thought I'd save everybody a little bit of flu or whatever I have. So this might be a little shorter than my plan. So apologize. Next slide, please. So Sherman Associates, we've been doing development for about 40 years. George Sherman is our founder CEO. He's still involved along with his son, Chris. We develop, own, and operate all of our buildings. We're long-term holders. We do sell the opportunity comes around, or to raise capital. But we do hold and operate all in-house. We bought the property in 2015. It was bought by George then. We've owned it since then. And it's not only this property, but we own 4 properties surrounding it as well that are already annexed into Westminster. A little bit about Sherman also. We own 2 projects in downtown Westminster that we developed, and they are leased up. And well, not the commercial yet, still working on it, but we have leases in place. There's been a few issues, but we're still moving on those for the retail. And we own those, and we plan on we're refinanced, and we'll hold those for a long time as well. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the property. The overall property, this is not just the annex portion. This is all the property we did purchase. It was Nolan's RV Center. We bought it. There were buildings on it. It operated for a little bit, and then it caught fire in 2018. At that time, we did remove all the buildings, and it's just been fenced vacant land since then. There was some contaminated soil, but that was taken care of actually prior to when we bought the property. So as of now, there's no further action on the site, and nothing has happened since then that we know of or that we've seen. So it's still in good shape. Next slide, please. So this gives you a little bit idea of the property. We do own the orange sections around are properties we own. The blue is the parcel we're asking to annex. As you can see, it's a big portion of it that will allow us to do the development and also bring it into the city's comp plan as well. Next slide, please. The site is, we're actually to bring it in so we can, it'll be brought in to do the Westminster Station area plan that was approved in 2017, where it'll be part of the station core, as it is located right as you enter from Federal as you're going to the station. So we'll be one of the first, when it is developed, the entire project would be one of the first things you see as you come in. And so it's part of the core section of that specific plan. Next slide, please. The other part of getting annexed, it does meet the comp plan that was approved, and it'll be zone mixed use center. As you'll see later on, we are planning on a mixed use project at some time if it does get annexed. Next slide, please. It'll be specific plan district, and that'll be as well, that goes with the comp plan and the area specific plan as well. So we're not asking for anything different than was already been approved with the surrounding properties. Next slide, please. So the site plan, we have done some conceptual meetings with the city just regarding what we'd like to do. I know this isn't part of this project, but I know everybody's probably going to want to know what we're doing, so our plan is. But it is a mixed-use project with our plan would be apartments with retail, with structured parking, and it would meet all the requirements. If you can go to the next plan too, it'll give a little, the next slide, please. This gives a little idea of what it would be. It would be apartments with retail kind of on the Federal side, and then the corner facing the station. This is just a preliminary concept. Nothing's been through other than meeting and making sure what our plans are would meet all the the specific area plan. Basically, that's what we're looking at. And there wouldn't be there's really nothing we would change or ask for that, at least at this time. But again, it's all conceptual right now. So that's it. And I'll be available for questions if anybody has any. So
does anyone have any questions at this time? Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I ask the public to go forward, do we have, be right down the podium, so we're all safe. We can take stretch breaks. Thanks, Abby. Do we have people signed up?
We have no speakers signed up for this item.
Okay. In case there was public that didn't get signed up and you want to speak at this public hearing, please come on down. Did staff have anything else?
No, Your Honor, just answer questions.
And did anybody have questions? Counselor Emmons?
I just have a quick question. Usually with hearings, it shows a result of or meeting minutes of the Planning Commission, and I didn't see that in our packet. And I didn't see the result of what the Planning Commission voted on.
Yeah, it's typically included within the bullet points at the top, and we missed it that time. So I had mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. So it was approved unanimously, all three motions by Planning Commission. And we can get the meeting minutes to you too after, if you'd like.
Okay,
yeah,
that'd be great.
Sure.
Put it in the packet.
Of course. I can stay up here if there's any other. Okay, thank you.
If there's no other questions or comments, I will close the public hearing, and that brings us to Councilor's Bill number 42. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass. I'm not sure if that's supposed to be written that way, but that's what it says. Move to pass Council Bills number 42 on first reading, annexing into the city the 1.345 acre property addressed as 6971 Federal Boulevard.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 42. Is there any further discussion? Councilor Nermella?
I just want to say I'm excited to see this
project hopefully move forward. It's been there. Like, what'd you say? 2015 is when the property was originally bought, and it's just another step towards seeing the vision for Westminster Station area come into line. So, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Councillor Azadi,
Yes.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councillor Nermella,
Yes.
Councillor Seymour,
Yes.
Councillor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
and Councillor Emmons.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 43. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 43 on first reading, approving a comprehensive plan amendment for the 1.345 acre property addressed as 6971 Federal Boulevard to mixed-use center. This recommendation is based on the finding that the amendment is generally supported by criteria set forth in section 11-5-21 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 43. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally,
Yes.
Councillor Nermella,
Yes.
Councillor Seymour,
Yes.
Councillor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councillor Emmons,
Yes.
and Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 44. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 44 on first reading to establish the zoning as specific plan district for the 1.345 acre property addressed as 6971 Federal Boulevard. This recommendation is based on a finding that the amendment is supported by criteria set forth in sections 11-4-3, 11-5-2, and 11-5-3 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Councilor Emmons.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 44. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Nermella,
Yes.
Councillor Seymour,
Yes.
Councillor Baker,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Demott,
Yes.
Councillor Emmons,
Yes.
Councillor Azadi,
Yes.
and Mayor McNally.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to, do we need any breaks? We need a 10-minute break. Maybe 5. Welcome back. That brings us to item 10D, and I will open the public hearing for this round. And interim city manager Andrews, would you like to start?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors. We have some introductory comments to be provided by Mr. Dave Downing, our Director of Community Development. Just before that, I would like to ask Mr. David Frankel, our City Attorney, to provide comments on some of the public testimony that we heard in open meeting, because I believe it is very relevant to tonight's proceedings before we begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Mayor and Council, Dave Frankel, City Attorney. Some questions have been raised, procedural questions, and I wanted to offer the following. Butler Snow did some review of the service plan that was submitted, financial modeling, ballot language, and the end result of that evaluation is in tonight's packet, and that's the staff report, and that's the service plan that's in front of you, and that's the ballot language that's now been distributed. Mr. Weiser's here in person, and he's ready to answer any questions that you might have about his review on behalf of the city. To the extent that there might have been work product or attorney-client privilege communications that led up to this final work product, those correspondence are not something that staff would disclose. And so staff's authorized to waive attorney-client privilege on behalf of the entity. So wanted to put it out there that Mr. Weiser's here. His work is incorporated into the materials that are in front of you tonight for your consideration. And finally, the ballot language. I think the applicant can speak to their earlier draft of the ballot language that they had proposed. I think the final draft that was incorporating Mr. Weiser's comments was dated about August 24th, and that has now been added to tonight's packet. There are copies on the table at the back of the room tonight if anyone wants a hard copy. I also have 7 copies for City Council if you're interested. There's essentially 2 documents here, one for each of the 2 proposed districts. And this ballot language is originally developed by the applicant, incorporating Mr. Weiser's comments. And if the districts move forward, this is the ballot language that the applicant would intend to propose to the Adams County clerk for an election. And that election is the mechanism through which they would get approval to issue debt. That would be their Tabor election. So just want the steps to be sort of identified as to what those would look like. That's only if the district's service plan is approved by the City Council. And that's the point of tonight's meeting for City Council, to consider the service plan. I'm going to pass down copies of the ballot so that everyone can have a hard copy. And you had these electronically earlier this afternoon. Thanks.
Mayor, I just have a few comments of recent history to set the stage for the actions that's requested tonight. There will be no other staff presentation other than my few comments, but the applicant is here to make a presentation. From the first day that the Oriad development team presented the Uplands proposal to city staff back in 2017, and on numerous occasions since that time, they have advised that the project could not be realized without the creation of one or more metropolitan districts to offset the high cost of necessary off-site public infrastructure. Likewise, upon each notification of that need, staff has referred the developer to the 2004 city policy for the allowance of such districts. Boread proceeded for the next 4 years to laboriously address the 4 major issues: water demand, public infrastructure, unit count or design, and public land dedication that staff believed needed to be resolved before metropolitan districts could be considered by the city. Those issues were satisfactorily addressed, and that long effort culminated in council's approval of a preliminary development plan and master official development plan in January of this year. Tonight, council action is requested on a service plan pertaining to the creation of 2 metropolitan districts at Uplands. Staff's review of this document resulted in a determination that it is consistent with the 2004 policy, with the exception of the proposed size of the mill levy. With that introduction, I'll now call on Mr. Jeff Hanlon of Boread Development Company to make the applicant's presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Could I have slide 1? Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. My name is Jeff Hanlon, and I'm a partner in the Uplands community. We're here before you tonight to request your approval of a metro district for Uplands. Now, metro districts have been the subject of confusion and criticism in recent years. But metro districts are critical public financing tools that help ensure development pays its own way and that costs spread out over time. And they are heavily regulated by state laws. Many thousands of Colorado homeowners willingly and knowingly buy homes within metro districts every year. And there are virtually no modern master plan communities without metro districts in this state. The scale of public improvements is oftentimes impossible to achieve without the district funding, as is the case for the Uplands. The situation was very different in the past, when municipalities had more available funds to complete necessary public improvements. But that is not the case today. Uplands has been required by the city to install significant municipal improvements, some of which were more than a mile from the Upland site. We will detail those later in the presentation. I don't have to tell you that Westminster has underbuilt missing middle housing over the last 15 years or so. And different than in the past, the vast majority of homeowners and renters polled today want walkable neighborhoods where they can be in close proximity to shops, restaurants, grocery stores, and recreational amenities. The city doesn't have the resources to fund the infrastructure needed to support more housing and integrated mixed-use development on this site. And it's not fair to place that burden on our existing neighbors. So, a metro district for which Westminster has an explicit detailed policy will be absolutely necessary to deliver the mixed use, mixed income, amenity-rich community this council approved this last January. Uplands is a careful and purposeful articulation of the city's metro district policy, and we have prepared a short presentation to demonstrate our compliance. Afterwards, I'll have a full team of experts ready to answer any of your questions. So let's dive in. Next slide, please. This is a map of the district boundaries, and we're requesting 2 metro districts. One is a residential district, and that's in planning areas highlighted here in yellow. And number 2 is a commercial district, which will also contain multifamily. It's important to note that these are the maximum boundaries because we don't know yet the exact shape of the commercial and multifamily areas. So as we continue to refine our plans, the shapes of District 1 and 2 will modify slightly. Next slide, please. We've heard a few anecdotes, including a statement in the council's July 25th post-meeting briefing, right in that room, that Westminster doesn't allow metro districts. But that's not an accurate statement. The 2004 policy does not say that the city disallows metro districts. Instead, it delineates the objectives of the policy listed at the top of this slide. The policy also provides a few examples of community features that would justify a residential district in the city. In essence, the policy allows for metro districts as a funding alternative for municipal infrastructure, ensuring there is no expense or risk to the city or its taxpayers. Now, Westminster has approved metro districts as far back as 1985 and in the 20 years since, in the last 20 years. And those are listed at the bottom of this slide. I want to point out that Uplands millage, the overall millage in Uplands, is intentionally slightly below the total millage of Bradford Village residents. Next slide, please. This is a graphical representation of how the requested Uplands mill levy caps compare to the existing comparable Westminster districts when factoring in the changes to the residential assessment ratios, right, due to the Gallagher Amendment. Okay, as we mentioned, we intentionally chose our mill levies for the Uplands districts because they are in line with what the other Westminster districts are able to levy today. Although Gallagher is no longer in effect, all districts still adjust these levies because of the change in assessments ratios. The adjusted mill levies are necessary to offset the decrease in the assessment ratio, creating a neutral impact on taxpayers. Now, the takeaway is this: 25 mills in 2004 is not 25 mills today due to the effect of Tabor and Gallagher. In fact, Bradburn was approved at 30 mills 20 years ago, and today that is 40 mills, 39.8. This is complicated stuff even for us, and so our industry experts have slides prepared to answer any questions you might have. Next slide, please. Now, we value your time, so I'm going to give you a real quick roadmap outlining the next few minutes. First, I'm going to walk through how Uplands meets the specific examples listed in the policy as very limited and unique circumstances justifying a residential metro district in the city. Those examples are going to be listed in the next 4 slides, rather. Next, I'll describe our one requested exception, which has to do with mill levies. And next, I'll discuss in detail how we will exceed state and city transparency and disclosure requirements, even exceeding industry best practices. And then lastly, I'll show you an actual tax bill in your city of a home a few blocks from here, a brand new home outside of a metro district, and we'll compare that if it were inside the Uplands Metro District number 1. So with that, I'd like the next slide, please. The policy first example of something that would justify a metro district for a residential community is annexing a highly desirable parcel. And as a part of the Uplands Master Plan approvals, an incredibly important parcel of land at the southwest corner of 82nd and Lowell was annexed into the city. As you all know, generations have enjoyed this view at the top of Sunset Hill. And as a result, the approved Uplands PDP requires this annexed land be dedicated to the city. Next slide, please. The policy's next example is a residential community containing a mix of uses. Now, in compliance with the city's comp plan, Uplands was approved with 115,000 square feet of new restaurants, retail, commercial businesses, and office space. These uses are focused along Federal Boulevard to create synergy with the adjacent commercial land uses and the improvements contemplated by the Federal Boulevard multimodal transportation study. The independent economic planning systems firm conducted an economic study, and it was included with the PDP, and estimated that Uplands will create 214 new office jobs, 232 new retail and restaurant jobs, and $359 million in net economic impact annually, including approximately $1.6 million in incremental annual sales tax to the city. Next slide, please. The next example listed in the policy is a new urbanist community. Now, Uplands is, in fact, a mixed-use new urbanist community with a consistent vision and design direction, and it compares favorably to other Westminster new urbanist communities, including Bradburn and Highland Village. The overall framework incorporates all of the elements of T-MUND design principles and the criteria from the 2004 policy, which are listed on this slide. Lastly, Uplands delivers significant recreational amenities. 47 acres of parks and open space to preserve views and provide even passive public spaces. And then a walkable village center, which will include co-working space, a coffee shop, a leasing and sales office, splash pad, and a plaza. Next slide, please. Excuse me, one moment. And finally, the last example given by the policy is a residential community that incentivizes redevelopment. The district infrastructure upgrades will absolutely act as an incentive for redevelopment. Pedestrian crossings and sidewalks, stoplights, crossings and bike trails, utility system updates, and all of this will benefit 50 acres of adjacent land, highlighted here on this slide in red, containing 400,000 square feet of dated, inactive, or vacant commercial buildings. In fact, only a third of those buildings are actually presently occupied and utilized. 5,000 Uplands residents will help activate and reinvigorate the area, creating substantial economic demand for the existing surrounding businesses. And the last thing I'll mention on the 4 examples we just went through is that the policy doesn't require the development meet all 4 examples, just one. But we designed Uplands purposefully over the last 5 years to include all of those 4 examples. Next slide, please. Now, we are requesting just one exception to the city's policy. The policy requires a cap of 25 mils that was set in 2004. And we request 40 mils for financing and 3 mils for ongoing operations and maintenance. This is justified in 2 ways. One, the public infrastructure improvements that I mentioned required of Uplands are extraordinary. And in this structure, neither the city or its existing taxpayers will be saddled with these expenses. Number 2, the city has established multiple precedents for allowing mill levies higher than 25 mils, including those serving residential communities. In fact, the Uplands district's overall millage will match Bradburn's, as I mentioned. Additionally, and this is really important, the city requires that a residential district must be a minimum of 100 acres. Okay? Uplands is the only unbuilt parcel in the city that is both residential in your comprehensive plan and exceeds 100 acres. That is true today, but it was also true in 2004 when this policy was written. On a related note, Uplands' size, scale, and outsized infrastructure investment are all far greater than any other Westminster district in the past. The statistics are visually depicted in the graphic before you. Uplands contains 3 times as many homes as Bradburn and nearly the same amount of commercial square footage. Highland Village is less than 1/3 the acreage of Uplands and contains less than 20% of Uplands homes and a small fraction of the commercial square footage. I want to note that the council set precedent for exceptions to your policy in the past. The 71-acre Highland Village parcel did not meet the 100-acre minimum, and both Highland Village, Brandwood Village, and others have received mill levies higher than 25. And when Gallagherized over time, they're equal to what we're asking for today. Lastly, I must tell you, and I'm happy to have my team back this up, 25 mills would generate $20 million less in financing capacity, reducing our $55.7 million in capacity to $36 million. Without the 40 mills of financing, the project is not financially viable, as we told the city from 2017 onward in writing. But I'll cover that more in a timeline in just a minute. Next slide, please. Now, the Uplands districts will pay $60 million in public infrastructure improvements, including downstream storm drainage improvements along Shaw Boulevard, highlighted here in green, improvements that will upsize, strengthen, and supplement water lines and fire suppression needs, including improvements up to 96th Avenue, shown here in blue, sanitary sewer improvements to existing undersized or deficient infrastructure, shown in red. And as shown on the transportation graphic, the district will install or upgrade travel and turn lanes, safety updates to surrounding streets and intersections, and improvements to pedestrian and bike systems throughout Uplands and the greater community. In addition to the $60 million of district finance or district improvements, Uplands will privately fund an additional $100 million in public improvements. So to summarize, Uplands will install $160 million of public improvements, 60 of which will be funded by the district. That turns into a debt cap, $55.7 million. And we will recover significantly less because of issuance costs and interest reserves. Contrary to persistent conjecture, the Uplands districts will not enrich the developer. To the contrary, establishing the Uplands districts will offset only a small portion, less than 30%, of the extraordinary required public infrastructure upgrades. The truth is, the Uplands districts provides much needed improvements to this historically underinvested area. And neither the city, existing residents, nor nearby Adams County residents will incur any taxes, fees, or other expenses for these updates. Next slide, please. Okay. During the July 25th City Council post-meeting briefing, we heard quite a few questions from the council about transparency and buyer disclosure. That is something we're very passionate about. I would love to share with you our process, but before that, let's talk just about what we're talking about. Let's frame transparency and disclosure in this context. It is no good for the buyer, the developer, or the builder for individuals to buy into a community without fully understanding what it means to live in a metro district. With that in mind, we're going above city and state and even industry best practices, as I mentioned before. Now, there's been some angst created about metro districts recently, but nearly all of what's been written about, okay, and all the discussion in the legislature has surrounded a situation where someone buys a new home, and they look at their current tax bill, and it doesn't have the value of the built home on there, just the value of the finished lot. They're shocked a year later when they get a much bigger tax bill that actually assessed their homes in arrears like we do it in this state. But that is not going to occur in Uplands. Our process ensures that future Uplands homeowners will have a thorough understanding of the amount they'll pay in taxes before closing on their new home. Now, here's a look at 6 key steps in the process to ensure every prospective homeowner understands what it means for them. We start with notices posted in every point of sale in the master plan community that clearly states what a metro district means and what the boundaries are. Number 2, that we will have a handout to every single prospective homebuyer, both digitally and in paper, when they visit us. Number 3, they'll be required to go to a website and watch an educational video that is easily discernible for the average consumer on what it does mean to live in a metro district and what those taxes actually bought them, how long the taxes will be, and how much. Clearly in video format. They would have to click that and acknowledge they've watched that video in order to sign a contract. The contract would contain all the normal disclosures, but it's not enough. After they close and accept possession, they will have a website with every single piece. It'll be a repository of every piece of information for that district, including board member contact information. That's what we're committed to. We've scoured the industry. If you would like to discuss disclosure and best practices, we would love that later. Next slide, please. And here is an actual tax bill of a new Westminster home, not in a metro district. Okay, it's in the Connections community, a few blocks away at 88th and Yates. Okay, and it's comparing it to the far column with if that same home were in the Uplands. The only difference is that an Uplands home would pay an additional 43 mills, which equates to $1,580 approximately. That's per year. And what these new homeowners get for that price is a brand new home in a brand new community with world-class amenities and walkable shops and restaurants that would not be there without the extraordinary expense and effort that will go into building out the infrastructure. To clarify some confusion and a question posed at the July 25th post-meeting briefing, there are no district fees. It is just a tax mill levy. There are no fees levied against the homeowner in the beginning, nor are there any annual fees. There is a fee levied for the home builder that's paid at building permit. Next slide, please. Okay, we are almost through the presentation, okay? Just 2 slides remaining. We thought it was important to review the timeline as context for how we arrived where we are and why we're standing before you today, 5 years after we first introduced ourselves to the city. This timeline demonstrates a carefully articulated path set forth by previous and current city leadership, a 20-year journey of city guidance for the Uplands. And I'm not going to review everything on this slide in detail, but here are a few highlights. In 2004, the district policy was created. In 2006, the last McNally administration created the TMUN design guidelines, codifying what new urbanism meant to this city. In 2013, that same administration designated the Uplands land as TMUND, ensuring it would be a new urbanist mixed-use community. And because it's over 100 acres, ensuring that it would comply with the policy, at least hypothetically. In January 2017, the city published a report finding that missing middle housing in Westminster had been underbuilt for decades, giving us clear guidance on what type of homes the city desired. And starting in 17, we laid out the facts to the city. The Upland, in writing, the Uplands districts are an absolute necessity for development of this land at 40 mils minimum of financing capacity instead of 25 mils. And in 2018, the staff confirmed that they would support formation of the districts. That being said, we are not confused about where authority lies. The council makes the ultimate decision on district formation and any exceptions to the policy. But at least we knew from 18 onward that we were walking in lockstep with a staff that saw the policy the same way we did. Now, I will say this. The one missing piece of this timeline, the one missing piece of the puzzle, frankly, is code forward, or some version of it. Smaller lots with less sod, where they are the key to attainable housing and a secure water future for the city. And staff and management are very aware that the city's current code does not match TMUND's new urbanist guidelines, nor does it promote smaller modern lots. In fact, the current code encourages larger lots with more intensive water-intensive lot landscaping. You got to think back to what was in vogue and what was the best practices 20 years ago when Bradburn was established. Well, those single-family detached lots are 4,000 to 10,000 square feet. A lot of it sod, and the average one sold this year, all the Bradburn homes, all the detached homes sold for over $900,000. That's why the staff wrote Code Forward, to address these issues, to address the mismatch on whether we're going to be able to actually see TMUND manifested with smaller lots and less sod. And it's important that the council and the staff continue to work on your comp plan amendment and your Code Forward amendment in whatever form this body deems appropriate. We have noted that in the event the city does not either update its code to Code Forward or something like it, or allow smaller lots with more responsible landscaping standards as variances, the Uplands may not be able to achieve the maximum density allowed by the PDP. Okay, but this is a financial risk only for the bondholders. It's not a risk to the city. It's not a risk to us. It's not a risk to the neighbors. That 20-year path of clear direction wouldn't have happened without the city's continued policy guidance, staff collaboration, and leadership from all of you. These types of large-scale mixed-use developments happen only because of years of foresight, planning, and collaboration. And I wanted to show you that you did it over 20 years. Last slide, please. This last slide outlines both our compliance with your policy and the benefits realized as a result of public financing through a district. I won't read through this. I just wanted it in the record. What I would like to say is this. There's no doubt that Westminster is one of the best places to settle down, settle into your first home, build a career, upgrade, downsize, and settle into the golden years. That is precisely why we've invested 5 years and millions of dollars and unmatched energy to this project. We've always known that taking on these enormous infrastructure challenges would require a metro district, and that 25 mills would not be sufficient. It's why we've been transparent in our written communication going back to August of 17. The city has set plenty of precedent for higher mills, and it's extremely rare in Colorado for a master plan community to be developed without a metro district of 40 mills or more. Neither the city nor current residents are impacted, and yet both benefit from the infrastructure improvements and new public gathering spaces. So I ask you to put aside any misperceptions about metro districts, ask us the questions that you need answered, and consider the myriad benefits that it brings. The parks, protected view corridors, safer crossings, attainable and affordable housing, modernized infrastructure, and the potential for massive redevelopment throughout South Westminster. Most importantly, I ask you to follow your own policy and your past precedent, and please help us bring this community to fruition by approving our service plan tonight. Thank you. Next slide, please. I would like to mention, we purposely did not ask our supporters to come tonight. Long enough tonight already. We'd like to focus on your questions. The people you will hear from tonight who oppose a metro district will not be affected in any negative way. There's no increase in fact fees or taxes for them. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. I don't know how the sequence works, but our team of experts will be here when you'd like to ask us questions. Thank you.
Does anyone have questions at this time?
I have a quick procedural thing for the city attorney. So it was brought to my attention that somewhere in the community there is a question being asked if those of us who received money from the Metro Housing Coalition Political Committee during our elections somehow precludes us from being able to vote on this because potential members of the Uplands team being part of that committee. I don't believe that that would preclude us, but I want to make sure that the attorney has a chance to validate that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So the applicant that has proposed the Metro District is essentially Oriad Development, if I'm not mistaken, or the successor to Oriad. If I could just confirm that with the applicant.
It's a partnership that owns the land managed by Oriad.
And what's the name of the partnership?
VPDF Uplands LLC. It's a VPDF Uplands, LLC is the owner of the property.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if VPDF Uplands LLC owns the land and is seeking the Metro District, Mayor Pro Tem, the campaign contribution that you're asking about is from a Metro Home Builders Association?
Correct. It's from the Metro Housing Coalition.
So Metro Housing Coalition. Okay. So under Charter Section 512.1, conflicts based on prior pecuniary benefits, any council member that receives more than $100 from a person, organization, or their agent has a conflict on an issue or matter coming before the council involving a benefit to the contributing person, organization, or agent, unless such interests are merely incidental to an issue or question involving the common public good. So VPDF Uplands hasn't made a campaign contribution to you in excess of $100, has it?
No.
And the Housing Coalition that made the contribution to you is an organization that advocates for
home builders. It's the political arm of the Home Builders Association.
So the pecuniary benefit is suppose the question would be a vote on a metro district to serve the Uplands and BPDF's development. I don't know that that's equivalent to the campaign contribution organization that advocates on housing. I suppose your question, if you had received a campaign contribution from VPDF or ORIA, I think there'd be a more direct financial stake in the matter that's before City Council tonight. So I don't see that a housing advocacy group is the same level of connection to matter that's before City Council tonight.
Great, that validates what my understanding was, but I think it's important in the guise of transparency to make sure that we dispel any assertions such as that. So with that, I do have one quick question, and I think there was a list of questions that I know were circulating around, and there's two of them that I'd like some clarification on. The first one, which I do think is relevant to what we're doing here tonight, and the second one is more relevant to, in my mind, not what we're doing tonight, but our previous action as far as the zoning. But for tonight, when you talk about the notification, because that was one of the things I asked a lot about in the study session, and it is the primary thing that I heard about from community members who seemed opposed to this, was that there was a thought that people wouldn't know what they're doing. So you talked about that, the applicant did, and how they would be notified. What I'm curious about is 10 years down the road. And I think I understood that there'll be a website that probably would still exist, but I want to understand that portion. So say I'm an original buyer, I buy inside of your development, and in 10 years I sell it. What is to make sure that that person who still has 20 years left in the Metro District tax, what's to notify them so that they understand what they're buying?
Let me introduce Paula and also do that for you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Paula Williams. I'm with McGee Becker, 450 East 17th Avenue, Denver, Colorado. Our firm is representing the applicant on the formation, and we serve as general counsel to many metropolitan districts across the state. At the time of formation, we will actually record a public disclosure document in the real property records. So any subsequent home buyer, when they receive a title commitment for their property, will receive a copy of that publicly recorded disclosure document. So that will hopefully help ensure. And then obviously, if they get a certificate of taxes as part of their closing, we will certainly be listed as a taxing entity, and we intend to maintain our website into perpetuity.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
The only thing I can possibly add to that is most folks, when they go into buying a home, they have a mortgage, statistically speaking. And that mortgage provider is also going to escrow for taxes. And they're going to use that certificate of taxes. So there's very few chances for a resale to miss that component on their taxes.
Great, thank you. As far as the email, I know, Mr. Andrews, you said that staff was prepared to answer some of those questions. The one that I want to address is one that since the original hearing that I have continuously heard the assertion that is in that email that says, well, and so the assertion in the email is that tonight's hearing, if approved, would allow up to 5-story construction in the project. So I know that we specifically talked about some of that, and that we did not want buildings over 3 stories. So could you talk about that portion of this and how really this doesn't have anything to do with zoning? But I want to address both the assertion in there, but also that an MSD doesn't have how that plays into what's built there. That makes sense.
Yes, it absolutely makes sense, Mayor Pro Tem. The example that you just cited, and I'm sure there's many other similar examples that you could cite, have absolutely nothing to do with tonight's requested action. That item was addressed in part with the council's approval of the PDP and the master ODP back in January. Furthermore, there will be more details of various filings as those ODPs are brought to council for action in the future. And the Metro District has nothing to do with the height of buildings along Federal. That's an action that you will be taking in the future.
That is exactly what I thought that I've been sharing with people as they called, but I did share with people that I would address it and make sure that I was accurate in my response to them. So I don't have any further questions at this time.
Councilor Namella?
Sadly, I have many, so I'm sorry. Okay, in no specific order. I'm trying to get an understanding. One of the first things, actually the first bullet in the Metro District policy is that it was written to still allow for the city to not have to perform certain public improvements, that those could be covered by a Metro District. Yeah.
Councilor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you're referring to the questions that you forwarded to staff earlier today or over the weekend, would it be allowable for us to just go ahead and address those right now? That might not be necessary then for you to repeat any of your questions.
Are you going to state the questions?
Yes, we are.
Okay, but give me a little bit of space around them just in case I have
Absolutely.
additional, because I do have additional in it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Councilor Morella, we reviewed your email from earlier today, and we divided the questions in very broad categories of purely financial versus not so financial. So we will not be addressing your questions in the numerical order that you presented them to us, so we don't have to keep jumping up and down. So I'll ask Interim Planning Manager John McConnell to recite the responses from many staff members to the not so financial questions of your email. Thanks.
Mayor, may I add for the clarity of the audience and the public, these questions were given to staff earlier today to allow us time to prepare for this evening. City Council has not been provided with these answers prior to this evening. So Mr. McConnell and some of his colleagues may assist. We'll read out the questions that we received in advance, and then we'll answer those questions as Mr. Downing described. I just want to clarify that City Council has not received this information prior to the hearing tonight. The questions were advanced for us in order for us to be informed this evening, provide that information for everybody.
Great. Thank you for your questions. And thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council for allowing me to go through these questions and provide answers for you. As our city manager has stated, my colleagues and I put together these answers to your questions. We do have some of our staff here if you want to dive a little bit deeper into some of these things. But I'll start with the more generalized questions that you had. And then once we get through those, I'll ask that Bob Beyerhoff come to the podium and go through the more finance specific questions. So I'll start with the first one that I have. What public improvements that are outlined in the Uplands MSD financial plan would typically be completed all or in part by the city, such as the arterial roads improvements or Lowell water main? So broadly, and this is advice that was given to me by our city engineer and our Public Works and Utilities Department, the required improvements are only being triggered by the addition of the Uplands development. In Westminster, private development must pay for its impacts to the public infrastructure. As with all the developments, the city requires the development to either construct or pay cash in lieu for the required improvements to the public infrastructure. So the next question that I got, did we perform any public improvements, including pay for, related to the Tanglewood development up at Huron and 128th, or the new project under construction on the northwest corner. So no, neither developments. The city has not contributed to any of the infrastructure improvements for either of these two developments. Next question is, could more specificity in the recreational amenities be provided by completion of a development agreement, including affordable housing, et cetera? The answer is yes. A development agreement could be one way to specify the recreational amenities. Another method could be an ODP amendment, where we could specify those things in more detail. Next question is, where is the affordable housing in this plan? I'm not seeing it anywhere in the finance plan description. There are only 208 units described as multifamily walk-up units. So in the Uplands, the affordable housing is planned to be entirely built on parcel C, not parcel A or B or D, which is the subject of this MSD. Parcel C is not included in this MSD application.
Remind me which one is parcel C?
Parcel C is on the east side of Federal Boulevard and just south of 86.
Oh, I thought it would be integrated into this site.
It's a part of the Uplands development as approved on the PDP, but it's not a part of the MSD application. But that's where the Uplands is proposing to meet its affordable housing requirement that the council requested.
On number one, where I was asking about the public improvements, can I also ask, is the improvement such as along the Lowell water main, which I noticed in our budget, we're kind of extending that improvement to the north and south. Is that benefiting more than just this project?
So I'll try to answer that generally. Some of the improvements will ultimately benefit other residents other than the Uplands. However, those improvements are not necessary right now, and the city has not planned on those. So all the improvements that the Uplands is going to be responsible for constructing are directly related to and required by their development. If they were not developing this parcel, those improvements would not be required or anticipated to be constructed by the city.
So we would likely not be pursuing the extension of that water main improvement in the 2023 budget?
That's correct, unless our community development director says otherwise.
Okay.
So the next question I had was, what is the anticipated HOA fee in general? That's something that we don't have knowledge of. We don't typically get involved with HOAs formation or the specifics of those in the development review process. That may be something that the applicant could answer in more detail than the staff could. Next question is, sounds like it's possible to finance the project without an MSD, but that it would add $40,000 to the cost on average of each unit. Our response is that is the projection that our consultant did come up with. So that's what our consultant provided to us. The next, Councilor Nurmela, is not so much a question, but there's some suggestions that I think that sounds like you'd like the council to consider in the proceedings. And if you'd like me to read those off, I can, or if you would like to go through them, either way, I'm happy to do that. They were suggestions regarding the notifications and disclosure section in the plan, and things that you believe the following, the things that you believe should be added to that. And so if you'd like me to read those off for the council, I can as well.
I'll read them real quick.
Okay.
So I'm not precluding that this would move forward. I'm just noticing that the proposed notifications and disclosure section, like to see it be a little bit stronger if this does move forward. And so my suggestions are, in addition to the video being shown prior to entering into a purchase and sale agreement or contract on a home, that a disclosure be signed and acknowledged by the prospective buyer, and that these items would be ensured to be done before any earnest money goes hard on this. So before people have committed money, The second is that notice to residents be provided 14 days, not 10, in advance of any district meetings, and that be done by mail in addition to email, because when I read the service plan language, it said something to the effect of, if we have their emails, we'll send it, but it didn't kind of give me much assurance that that would be the case. So mail would be the most expedient. I also thought that the HOA and property management company should also be noticed, as well as the city 14 days prior to a meeting. Right now, the city is, there's no mention of an HOA or property management company being notified, which is often, if you do have an HOA, often how you hear about things in your community. And then the city is only given 3 days notice. The other two are all meetings should be held virtually as well as within the 5-mile radius of the neighborhood. So there wasn't any specification as to whether or not these would be held virtual, but I think that would be highly accessible to residents. And finally, I wasn't clear on, and so we should be very clear on how residents would be able to participate on the board, if that's even an option, which I would like to see it an option, but I don't know. I read some stuff in some of the, it wouldn't be an option. So okay, keep going.
Thank you. The next question is, what guarantee is there of O&M for landscaped areas and common areas? The transfer of O&M responsibilities over to the HOA only cites park and amenities. I'm seeing a lot of projects in other cities have issues with lack of responsibility and ownership of maintenance duties with MSDs. Perhaps some great specificity can be provided in a recorded document, whether that would be future ODPs or development agreement. And so it's staff's understanding that the MSD would not own or maintain any property. The Uplands developers are working with specific home builders to develop the different areas in the plan, and they would work together to create HOAs or a system of HOAs. They could probably provide you with a little more detail on that plan. As with all other ODPs, we do put the responsibility, the city that is, of maintenance of all of the landscaping and all the other improvements on the owner of that property. So those common areas that are approved on ODPs, whoever the owner is, ultimately the HOAs usually, would be responsible for the ongoing maintenance and upkeep of those areas. The next question is, it's also not clear to me what mills they're asking for District 2. They're requesting 20 mills for debt and 3 mills for operations, but this can go up to 43 combined mills. And that's kind of floating into our finance questions. So if you need a little bit more clarity on that, Mr. Bayerhoff can probably address that when he comes up.
Probably would, so yeah.
Okay, likely.
And I think the one question about my map just wasn't reading right on, so I had a question about the District 2 geography, and when you had your presentation, that solved that question. I just didn't understand what was going on. So disregard that question number 12.
So I have one more of your questions, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bayerhoff to round out most of the financial questions. Phasing of parks and rec facilities isn't clear. Can that be memorialized in a development agreement or in the IGA? The developer will dedicate all of the PLD and pay the PLD cash in lieu with the first plat of Parcel A. We're currently reviewing that plat and estimate it will be approved in 2023. The city will be responsible for constructing any improvements within the PLD. The developer will construct their own private parks with each phase and planning area. And those you'll get to view those when you review the site-specific ODPs, and you'll get to see a lot more detail there. The master ODP doesn't specifically require any recreational amenities, and they're not bound by a timeline for construction of those. So that's just something that you'll see in future ODPs when we bring them to you for your approval and review.
If we wanted to have some timing associated, particularly to the, I don't remember how it was described, like the recreation facility that was supposed to have the coffee shop and all that jazz. If that's the last thing that goes in, I mean, that's often what ends up happening, but.
Well, so I'm going off of memory here, and maybe our applicant can provide just a little more detail, or I should say we have some staff here that could too. I believe there is a time threshold for the construction of the village center and the commercial. They believe there was a certain number of residential units that they were limited to construct before they would have to build that village center component. That's the only timing thing that I recall from the development plans. But a development agreement or an IGA, I suppose, could be a tool. But generally, we would put that type of language in an ODP or the PDP in this case.
Okay, another question on that. The retail that is supposed to be part of District 2 and making this a walkable area. So like Highland Village is also supposed to have retail. Now granted, not as much, it's still not built. So probably Federal is a better environment for retail than Sheridan in that location, but just kind of curious on if there's any timing associated with that retail making this a walkable place.
All right. I'll probably defer the details of that question to the applicant. But again, we do have some timing language in there, and I would say that negotiation was in part because of the situation with Highland Village, where you do have an incomplete Team 1 neighborhood. And we've heard from the residents in Highland Village that they really do want their village center. And so we thought it was important to put a threshold into this development plan to ensure that everything didn't get developed and then the village center was the only thing left.
Right. So it took about, I don't know, 15, 18 years for Bradburn's retail to really get mostly built out. So, okay.
So the other questions are mostly finance related. I'm going to ask Mr. Bayerhoff to come up and help us out.
John, I just have one
Sure.
additional question. So Mayor Pro Tem mentioned the heights issue of the buildings not being more than 3 or 4 stories. I don't remember what it was. But if that's coming in with an ODP, and I don't know the timing of the project, I'm just kind of citing it would then be up to whoever is on the council at that time to approve a heights, or is it something that could be established earlier because I know we talked about that in the zoning approval, but I'm not sure how it's being implemented.
Okay. So the PDP and the master ODP that was approved established height limitations, setbacks, and various other design criteria. But also you definitely recall that the council imposed a condition that all ODPs come before the council for approval. So ultimately, whatever council is in place at the time when an ODP moves or advances to final approval stages is the council that would approve those specific details. And of course, the staff would review it against our codes and design standards, the PDP that was approved, and bring all of that forward with the application. But ultimately, it would be the sitting council that would approve those development plans and all those details.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Does the council have any other questions for me while I'm up here? If not, I'm happy to come back.
Do you have questions for him? Okay.
What was the answer to the question of can residents be on the board?
Hi, Paula Williams again. So under Title 32, which is the Special District Act, it provides that anyone who owns real property within the boundaries of the district or is a resident within the district. So they can be a renter, they could be a person over 18 living with the homeowner. But if they are registered to vote in the state of Colorado and they reside within the boundaries of the district or own property within the district, they are automatically able to vote and run for election. Our elections are held every 4 years. They're doing some switching around. So right now, the next election is in May of 2023. But if you live within the district, you absolutely can run for office and serve on that office.
Okay, because I remember reading something in, sorry, I don't remember what specific document, but the structure of the bond, since it was all up, it was, I'm forgetting the name of it because I have a headache, so I can't. But the structure of the bond, it's all the dollars are coming up front. You're not taking it in stages. So that was going to potentially impact the Board of Electors and whether or not you would be able to bring residents in sooner than later, or?
Well, so I think what's intended is in order to have a person out there living and flushing a toilet, they need to have the infrastructure put in, right? And that infrastructure is going to cost millions and millions of dollars. So before we even have a resident out there, we have to put in all of this infrastructure. So I think what is contemplated is we would issue the bonds early in order to pay for this infrastructure. We will tell all of the homeowners before they go under contract that you're moving into a metro district. You're going to be subject to its taxes. But as soon as you close and you live within this district, if you want to run for the board of directors, you absolutely can run for the board of directors. The debt will, in all likelihood, have been issued by them. But there are certainly other important decisions that the board of the metro district will make on a regular basis going forward.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Mayor, continuing with the questions that Councilor Namilla forwarded to staff earlier today, I'd like to call on Bob Byerhoff from our finance department to address the rest of those questions.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor McNally, Mayor Pro Tem Dumont, and Council. I'm happy to be here to clarify the questions from Councilor Namilla, and we have been responding to a number of questions from the public in the idea with the intent to clarify. And so we're going to go in specifically to your questions here, and I'll read them. And foremost on the first here is, what is a specific ownership tax and how does it relate to the finance plan? Did not understand that part. The specific ownership tax is applied to all vehicles that you purchase at the time of purchase. So it's on your registration. And from that, the funding of that gets allocated to districts. And in this case, how it relates to the finance plan, it is typical of special districts to have this special ownership tax be applied for as a source of revenue. So the source of revenue is included in the finance plan that was submitted for staff to review, as well as the consultants. And it's a revenue stream that allows for the repayment of the debt. It's a small portion, but every piece counts.
So it's not adding to what somebody might have to pay on taxes on their car. It's just taking that tax that you would pay when you register your car.
Well, no, it wouldn't be an addition because of that. Now, the revenues from that would funnel into the district as a proportion of their tax relative to the combined tax, in this case in the district.
So long story short, a resident would not be paying more of that specific tax.
Correct. And then on top of this, Councilor Merrill, in our written response, I have a longer explanation that I'd rather not go into because it'd be a long drawn out process, but it goes through the nuts and bolts of how this works. And at the end of the day, the impact on the city and other entities is negligible. As a matter of fact, you could probably make the case that because of the development, there's actually revenues that are coming into those respective districts as well as the city. Next question is, for metro districts, can they be refinanced? And could that result be extended repayment timeframe extending past the 30 years? I think I saw something in the service plan where repayment of the bonds could be extended out to 2064. Is that what happened to Bradburn? I remember a controversial refinancing process with that neighborhood. The policy states that the debt is going to be for 30 years. And we have within the service plan that debt will be only for 30 years. Now, if the applicant comes back and refinances that debt, which is typical of many developments, that clock is not reset. So for instance, if they refinanced 5 years from now, it doesn't add on another 30 years. They'd still have 25 years to repay that debt. So there's no extension, or you might say a penalty to the homeowners, that the 30 years is 30 years. And furthermore, if they were to refinance the debt, they'd have to come to the city for approval. So we'd have our eyes on that. I think we answered the question regarding the where the parcels are. Is that correct? And no commingling between District 1 and 2?
Well, I was still trying to get at, was there, how is Bradburn doing? I just feel like I was living in that neighborhood and I heard a lot of talk at the time of consternation with the Metro District. And so I wasn't sure if there was some type of, sorry, it's like vague because it's probably well over, that's almost about 10 years ago, but.
I can't speak to the details of that, other than the fact that from time to time, special districts have come to the city to request a refunding or a refinancing of their debt. And we have taken on the position that they will comply with our rules, which is not to have extended debt. Now, that's not to say that someone might not try that, but again, we have the protection because they have to come to us and they have to seek approval. It seems like in the service plan, Exhibit I, that the O&M from the 3 mills will exceed the needs of the operating and administration of the MSD. What will happen with those extra funds? Are they remitted back to the property owners or kept by the MSD/developer? The mills is a revenue stream to the districts, not the developer, just to be clear about that. The districts, as they move along through their life cycle, and residents become part of the board, they will establish the policies and the procedures about how much funding they will need for operations and maintenance. If they see, and we looked at the projections, yes, it looks like they have a little bit more coming down than is necessary at this time, they have the ability to reduce that mill. And I think the applicant could probably speak more to that based on their experience if need be. And As the feasibility analysis noted, if the bond rate exceeds 5%, the developer would receive less proceeds to spend on improvements. How would the impact phasing, et cetera, and quality of what will be built due to this? I'm thinking of recreational amenities would be the first to go, I imagine meaning by cut, if they are not clearly articulated in the development agreement. Certainly with any finance plan, there is uncertainties. We've seen that with our own financings. Something that we thought was yesterday changes overnight, and sometimes literally overnight. And the finance plan will be adjusted accordingly if the interest rate goes up or consequently goes down. And the developer or the applicant can speak more broadly to what the implications of that would be if interest rates were to rise significantly. The other piece I'd like to point out is the city regulates the development through the ODP. If the ODP requires an improvement to be built, the city will take a surety for those public or private improvements. The master ODP does not specifically require any recreational facilities at this time.
So they could be potentially reduced as ODPs come in.
Sorry, I don't follow that question.
The recreational amenities could be, the offerings could be reduced as ODPs come in based on the, the potential for, well, the MSD is covering the public improvements that are mostly the street connections on the external portion of, on the sorry, brain not working, on the periphery of the site. Is that most, the few major kind of arterials coming through. And then the other, those recreational amenities are part of the 100 million that you guys were talking about, would be financed separately.
Councilor Nermella, I think the question is, what would the district fund versus we fund privately? And you're correct. Mostly the municipal level regional improvements like off-sites going up to 96th Avenue with water line and the off-site drainage improvements, and then the periphery adjacency transportation upgrades, that pretty much comprises the 60 million. The other 100 million, yes, you're correct. Our publicly accessible 7 acres of private parks that we build, in addition to the amenity that we are constructing in the village center. And by the way, to clarify your question earlier, it is required. There is a phasing. It's in the MODP, and the MODP lists the components of the amenity. So the village center, including the amenity, has to be built at a certain time, number of permits. But I hope I answered your first question.
Yes. And so, yeah, I know that's the end of the written questions. I just had one additional question that I'm still trying to just understand. We're supposed to be determining whether there's a need for the Metro District, and I'm trying to rectify, the other projects that we've had come in, like Tanglewood, or even, I'm trying to compare, like Highland Village. That one came in and got a Metro District, but I don't know how much smaller Tanglewood is, which is up at the northeast side of Huron, and 128th. I know that had, some open space pieces, had a signal that was added. Just kind of curious, like, why was that project done without a Metro District and still doable, kind of recent, and then this one needs the Metro District?
Councilor Mel, I'll give you my personal opinion, and that's scale. Tanglewood is a fraction of the cost of public infrastructure as compared to Uplands. The impact of Uplands, as we've noted earlier tonight, reaches far, several blocks in either direction from the actual development. Tanglewood improvements were adjacent to the development. There's no comparison in the scale of the public infrastructure.
Is there any other project in the city that had to have a similar scale of water or sewer improvement similar to the Uplands? And yeah.
None.
Okay, and not even the one that we, is this comparable in some ways to the Orchard area along Huron where we have the TIF dollars going to make that large sewer improvement? I'm just trying to understand scale and where, where the funding for the scale of a project or scale of improvement comes in, if we have comparable, projects or endeavors.
Well, Councilor, you mentioning the Orchard, I think you're aware, you worked on much of that yourself. There were significant downstream sanitary sewer constrictions that prohibited full development of the Orchard. So yeah, I guess that's similar with respect to the need for far off-site improvements, but you also noted those were accomplished through the TIF and other various funding mechanisms.
Thank you.
Yes, that is correct. That was funded by TIF financing, as well as the increment that came off of the property tax increment to fund those significant projects. So it was a funding source specific for that, much like the funding source here.
Thank you.
Councilor Baker?
Yes. I was, who loses the 6.5%, the specific ownership tax? Somebody must lose it, right?
What's that? I'm sorry, sir.
The really specific ownership tax, 6.5%. And you said that would be a small portion that would go to the metro district. So who loses that?
Well, it would be spread out as a proportion of the property taxes that are assigned, right? Let's say a school district, right? Or some other district that is part of the overall tax mill in that district. So it's an allocation of that proportion. So whatever taxing entities are in there, that proportion will be foregone. However, offsetting that will be the increase of the property tax values. So it's not a one-for-one loss.
So there are public entities that are losing them to the MST.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Good evening. My name is Zach Bishop. I'm with the firm Piper Sandler. We do banking for local governments. I'm at 1144 15th Street in Denver. So I think the answer to the question is that yes, absolutely. The Metro District would be taking some of the specific ownership tax that would otherwise be allocated to other local governments within the county. That would only be in proportion to the property taxes that the district receives, just like all other local governments within the county. I think offsetting that loss is the new vehicles that are purchased by people living within the community that would add to the revenue stream for the county. So it's somewhat of a, I would say, sort of a neutral impact overall. I would estimate. I mean, you could have experts, sort of financial, people like EPS weigh in on that, but it's a somewhat of neutral situation overall.
My next question is, there was a question asked if this wasn't done by the MSDs, how much it would cost, and you said somebody gave you a number of $40,000.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Well, if I divide $60 million by 2,300 units, that comes out to a little over $26,000. So why the discrepancy?
Well, the consultant took it from a perspective of looking at what the cost would be to a residential unit. So with that, the number was increased to that level. And we certainly could share the report details with you, and we'd be happy to share it with the council.
So you're saying that there are some residential units that would be charged more, but then someone else would be charged less?
No, that's not what I was saying. It's like taking an average cost. So not a specific cost. So
But it's $60 million, right?
that's what they're requesting. Yes,
And there's
approximately.
2,300 units, right?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't you divide 60 million by 2,300?
So go ahead, sir. Sure thing.
Sorry to create confusion for you. There are not 2,350 units inside the district. As was noted in response to Councilor Nermella's question, east of Federal is where it's zoned and where staff really wanted the multifamily units. And those would be 3 to 5 stories in the current approvals, and they would be east of Federal. The district boundaries do not include those parcels. Okay.
Because those are the ones that are on the very northeast corner of the property. But part of the district is east of Federal, south of 84th.
Part of the district is east of Federal, south of 84th in a parcel D that includes a residential neighborhood as opposed to a multifamily centered neighborhood.
So we should take out the 300 affordable housing. So we're really dividing 60 million by 2,000.
No, there's actually, I can get you the number. We'll do the number math for you, but the actual number of units inside the district is probably less than 2,000, and I'll get that number for you. So I think that's maybe to clarify your math, why it's not adding up for you. The other thing I'd mention is that whatever number the consultant mentioned would include the cost of finance. And we've done that analysis and looked at the consultant's findings. We think that an incremental cost would be more than 40,000, given the private cost to finance infrastructure is much more than the public cost. I'm talking specifically interest rates. So hopefully that helps. We'll get you the number.
Stay right there, because my next question has to do with the payback of the bond. As I read it, none of the principal has to be paid back early at all. And it's in year about 2031, that the actual property tax collections will match the interest rate charges, the estimated interest rate charges.
So I can have Piper Sandler come up and actually answer that for you in detail, but just like your home mortgage, it's amortized, right? The amount of principal and interest changes in proportion to how long you're paying the debt, right? It's just exactly like a home mortgage. It is amortized, and I'll let Piper Sandler come up and clarify for you your questions. Did you hear the question?
But there is a possibility of a balloon at the end of 30 years, correct?
Again, I'd have to defer to our investment bankers in terms of giving you those details.
Councilor Baker, Zach Bishop, again. So, yeah, I think just as was stated here, the debt the debt could be structured in a number of ways. I think what is most typical in today's market is a current interest bond. Works a whole lot like your home mortgage, where principal is amortized over the life of the debt. And so there would be certainly more interest payments initially. And as principal is amortized, you'd have less interest paid and more principal paid over time.
The point I'm getting to is at the beginning, you have no income.
Right.
So all the debt all the interest has to be accrued.
So what is often the case is that there is a period of capitalized interest where bond proceeds are used to pay interest for that initial period when you don't have the revenue to pay the debt.
That isn't what I understood in the bond. What I understood in the bond is the principal does not have to be repaid early. Okay?
Depends on the structure.
Interest can be accrued. And on the chart that I saw, it said that it wasn't until 2031 that the property tax collection equaled the interest rate. So from the beginning to 2031, interest accrues and grows higher and higher and higher. And then once you meet 2031, then you start going into the positive. So you can then pay that full year's interest and catch up a little bit on the previous years that you hadn't paid, that you had accrued.
So Councilor Baker, what you're referring to is the sample financial model that's with the service plan, I believe, which does show a cash flow bond. Yep.
I can show it to you.
Yep. No, I've got it here.
Okay.
So the cash flow bond, that is structured as a cash flow bond. That is an instrument that does not have capitalized interest. You're correct. That has interest accrual until the district can afford to make those payments from. Yes, correct.
And the point I'm getting to is that if for some reason we do not meet the really projected units built, all that principal can end up as a balloon at the end of 30 years, right?
That is correct. And the way that the bonds will be structured out of necessity because of the way the service plan is written is that the risk of that lack of payment over the life of the debt is borne by the investor and not by residents within the district. So that debt would be discharged and eliminated at the end of the life.
So you're telling me at the end of the 30 years, if there was $30 million that still hadn't been repaid, it wouldn't fall to the homeowners at that time?
That's correct. Yes.
Wow, that's a big risk.
It is. It is.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Baker?
I've got other things.
I do have that number for you.
Okay, great.
Oh, I did want, well, I tried to look at the finance. I'm still waiting to find something. Go ahead.
Councilor Baker, I just wanted to follow up with specifically the number of units within the district as shown in the service plan, and it contemplated at 1,690 units. I think that works out to somewhere around $33,000 or $34,000 a unit. And then the consultant assumed a cost of financing that brought it from 33 to 40, I think is what was in their report. Not my report, the consultant.
So you wouldn't charge any of the other 700 any of the costs to extending the sewer line of building?
The other 700 units. So the 700 units that are not included in the district are largely, as you mentioned, half of those in our plan are affordable. And the rest are multifamily that would be market rate. And so, those would not typically be in a district. The millage just typically doesn't work that well on a commercial or multifamily project, especially a nonprofit centered one.
So in other words, they just get a free ride on
I don't know if I would say a full ride, but the city was adamant that that was not T-MUND, so it didn't belong in the district, and we had to comply with that policy. I would say that no more than a free ride of everybody else around this project, all the existing neighbors. Is it, so did I clarify that, or would you have other questions on the 1690?
No.
Thank you.
Councilman Seymour?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a quick question, if someone's available to talk about transparency. We've had a great deal of this come through our legislature since 2004, especially. You think about how long that time has been. And then I'm wondering if someone on the team can discuss how many pieces of legislation have come out of the State House since 2004 addressing special tax districts, and including the 2 transparency bills and meeting bills that were passed in 2021. Round numbers.
round numbers. First, and I apologize, I do want to go back to Council Members Baker's question with respect to when the debt becomes due at 30 years, The debt, if it is not repaid, it could have a very large payment associated with it, but our homeowners are subject to a mill levy cap. So they will never have to pay more than the mill levy cap. But the way the service plan is structured is it has a 30-year maturity. It has a 40-year maximum mill levy imposition term. And what that means is if the debt matures in 30 years, but it's not repaid, we would be obligated to continue to pay for an additional 10 years, again, not exceeding the cap. And at the end of that 40 years, if it is not repaid at that time, it's deemed discharged. So again, Zach was absolutely correct. It is the investor that takes the risk that the debt does not get repaid within that 40 years. And if it doesn't, the investor is the one who does not get that money recouped. But I just wanted to clarify that it was 30 versus 40 years. Sure. Correct. Correct. We must structure it with it to mature within 30 years. But again, if something like 2008 comes along, there is an extra 10 years that could kick in. So with respect to your question, Councilman Seymour, there have been numerous pieces of legislation that have passed. In 2021, there was significant legislation. Senate Bill 21-262 passed. And one of the things that Senate Bill 21-262 does also goes to Council Member Nirmala's question about requiring a written disclosure prior to the earnest money going up. Senate Bill 21-262 has a new home builder disclosure requirement. So at either prior to or concurrently with the date that a home builder goes under contract with a purchaser for a new home that is within a metropolitan district, that new home builder has to give a written disclosure at the time of contract that discloses many, many different things, one of which is the maximum mill levy that our metropolitan district can impose for both debt and operations. If there are fees imposed, the level of those fees, and then also based on a tax certificate, it needs to give an estimate of what their taxes will look like. And what many new builders are doing is, pardon me, showing them what it will look like when the house is fully assessed, so that there's no confusion that at the time your house is fully assessed, this is what it looks like. Another major part of that legislation is regarding call for nominations. We talked about as soon as you are a resident in the Metropolitan District, you're eligible to serve on that board. And what 21-262 does requires the district to get email addresses for all registered voters within the boundaries of the district and email them a call for nominations. Or if the county clerk does not have an email address on file, we're required to mail to each registered voter within or each household that has a registered voter in it, notice that there will be a metropolitan district election. And if you would like to submit a call for nominations, if you want to put your hat in, this is how you do it. And so
that has increased greatly. So there has been significant legislation that has come out, and I know industry persons continue to work with the state to ensure that this valuable public financing tool works for everybody. It works for the homeowners that live within these communities, and make sure that everybody understands what it means to live within the boundaries of a metropolitan district.
And thank you very much for that clarification. Sure. And also, if I'm not wrong, is House Bill 21-278, also 1278, also clarified the meeting rules and codified that this year as well.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. We can now hold meetings virtually. Under Title 32 previously, we had to have physical meetings. And so now most of our districts, it is very cost effective for them to hold meetings virtually. It also encourages greater participation. So our service plan, Councilmember Nirmala, does actually contain a provision for electronic and virtual meetings. So I know that was one of your questions. And then another one of your questions, if I could just hit on, is mailing notice of board meetings. It's very expensive. We will have a website. We're required by law, and thank you for bringing that up. We are required by law to have a website. So we will have our meetings and the dates of our meetings on our website. We're required annually to put out a transparency notice that has the time and dates of our regular hearings. And certainly if there is a homeowners association for the community, absolutely most of our districts make an attempt to coordinate with the homeowners association, because in all likelihood, they have greater access to email addresses and can put out an e-blast and things like that. But we would be more than happy to talk about other disclosure ideas that you have and see if there's an opportunity to, work those in. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the disclosure comments. It's just a little fuzzy in the service plan. So it would be better to have it articulated specifically that yes, we will. It's not, I don't want to hear what we typically do, because that's not a guarantee. And so I'd rather have it really specified in there, like we will contact the HOA. We will send maybe one mail notice a year of when all of the board meetings will be held, and just, a list of things like a public outreach plan, like, and that they will all be held virtual at times, not at 10 a.m., like being specific to ensure that there is accessibility to these.
Councilor Nirmala, I can go ahead and just confirm for you that we have every intention of going above and beyond disclosures and notifications. So what I would suggest is post-hearing, we would agree to, if we're lucky enough to get approved, we would agree to a disclosure notification workshop with staff. And if council wanted to attend and participate, we would welcome that. And we'll bring a bunch of best practices, and we have no problem codifying this in the service plan. The one thing I think that she mentioned is there's only so much money to go around in these. It's a quasi-governmental body, and we don't want to burn it all up with mail notices, but there is a happy medium there. And so that's what I would suggest if it's acceptable.
I did see all that extra cash on the 3 mails. No, but thank you. I appreciate it.
And we do need to come back to the city. The service plans provide that the district shall provide the city with a copy of the recorded notice of disclosure for review. So we have to come back with our proposed disclosure. And at that time, I think we could certainly work with staff, with city council input, to put together a disclosure plan and a transparency plan for meetings.
Councilor Baker?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to go to Attorney Frankel and clarify what I understand the conflict of issue is. Okay? On the board of the Metro Housing Coalition, one of its members is Craig Nelson, who is identified as being with Orient. So we had Craig Nelson as an agent of Oriad, deciding on which of the 5 Westminster candidates got a $1,000 donation. So that is the apparent conflict of interest that we need cleared up. It's not the partners or anything else. Oriad is one of the partners in this project, and their agent, Craig Nelson, was on the board that decided which one of the 5 candidates got the money. Well, five candidates got money.
So, Councilor Baker, the composition of the board that made the decision, how many people are on the board, do you know?
I'm guessing probably about 20.
And so if one of 20 is affiliated with Oriad, is your understanding?
Yes, he is identified as being with Oriad.
No.
Happy to clarify. Actually, thanks for asking. It's not Craig Nelson, although he's a great actor. It was Carl Nelson is the name. And he is a former partner in Oriad and now works for a company called Century Communities. And that's his capacity now, and that's his employer. And so he is on, I believe he still sits on this large board at MHC, but he would sit there as a representative of Century Communities. Oh, golly, I could get you the the date, but I believe it's probably 3 years plus. 3 years. Yeah. I would say 3 to 4 years. Yeah, you're welcome.
So, Councilor Baker, then to the point of your question, if the get my camera activated. So if 3 to 4 years ago this individual left Oriad, now is working for Century Communities, a board of 20 decides to make a donation to a candidate. Charter 512.1 talks about an exception here that unless such interests are merely incidental to an issue or question involving the common public good. So if home building in general is this organization's goal, I don't know that approval of any one specific public finance tool enriches the donor if the donor's interest is really in the general building of homes. So I don't know, it does seem a bit tangential that one of 20 was formally affiliated with. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll defer to someone.
Councilor Namella?
Okay, so as a developer, or really as we're considering this MSD and the need for it, can the developer talk about like what kind of return on investment you would be able to get on with the MSD versus you're talking about not being able to do the project without the MSD? So you just talk about, why you're trying to hit the 40 mils versus, why the 25 can't work. And just, I think it would benefit all of us to understand what kind of return you're looking at.
Councilor Namella, I think that it's really difficult for us to pull the return piece apart, but I can attempt. And just so we know, the first thing we did in 2017 was we actually entered a meeting with the finance and legal departments of the city, and we shared a pro forma financial model for the entire project, and proved that it was right where after all the inputs, it was really where the industry standard is. And that industry standard has been for a long time is a range of about 8 to 12%. And that's both in terms of margin, how much profit is there on a percentage of revenue, and also about the right return metric, 8 to 12%. The problem with, and it's public record at this point, what we paid for the land. The challenge is just the district funded $60 million of improvements it would double essentially what we paid for the land if we did not get that financing. And because all those costs are right up front, it's death to return, as you put it, return IRR or return on assets or any way you calculate it. It's all of this funds up front. What public financing can do is at least defray some of those expenses, and those are the most expensive dollars for us because they are, from a time value of money perspective, the earliest in the project. I can't tell you piece apart the return. What I can tell you is it's been very clear for us, our investing partners, and everybody involved in the project that without that financing piece, it's $55.7 million in the documentation in front of you, it becomes unviable. And that means it slips below that sort of 8% margin and return threshold. Does that help?
Yes.
And to clarify, moving from 40 to 25 mils, even though 25 mils today or in 2004 terms is not 25 mils today. Bradburn was 30 in 2001. It's 40 today by no action of the council, just by action of Gallagher. That would have an impact of taking an additional 20 million down off of our financing capacity. So 55.7 would become 36 million, to be exact, on what that impact would have.
Reminder to our listeners, if you want to speak, go outside the room, please. Councilor Baker, finish up.
Yeah, thank you. I have to applaud you on your disclosure. But my question is about subsequent resale of the home. It appears that there's a disclosure before the person buys. The disclosure would all come in the closing document.
Please.
For subsequent homeowners, we are required per our service plan and also state statute to record a notice of disclosure, and we're obligated to record that disclosure with the county clerk and recorder at the time the subdivision plat is recorded. And so once it's recorded in the real property records, it will be there. And most residential home buyers, if you're a second home buyer, you will be entitled to due diligence period and a title review period. And so as part of your title review, the title company will send you a copy of that recorded notice. And so with secondary homeowners, they should absolutely have notice. They'll have notice in their title work. And if they're taking out a mortgage, their lender will absolutely look at the level of taxation that they are obligated to pay and set up an escrow account for those taxes. And so that should also inform secondary purchasers that they will be living within a metro district that imposes taxes.
I'm fully aware that people need to be buyer beware and do diligence and all that sort of thing. But there have been examples where deed restricted homes, like in Denver, I'm thinking the one that I saw on the television, was sold 2 or 3 times before some energetic real estate agent went, oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah. What and
You obviously must be familiar with that.
you know, and unfortunately, unfortunately, buying a house isn't easy for anybody who's done it. I'm sure you can all appreciate that there's so much that you're working through in terms of, and especially with new construction, you know, what are my cabinets going to look like? What are my countertops going to look like? With existing homes, it's a very big decision. And sometimes those nuances, like looking at your title work, are maybe lower on the list. But I do think that for good or bad, metro districts have been in the news quite a bit. People are becoming aware of them. And I certainly think that some industry groups will be working with real estate brokers to hopefully educate them so that they can educate their clients. As a general counsel firm, I can tell you that I receive calls from real estate brokers that say, I've got a client that's building or that's looking at buying a home in X community. Can you tell me about the metro district out there? So while we take every steps that we have available to us in terms of recording documents, I can't physically make people look at them, but we are working with the industry to hopefully educate, and more people will be aware of it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else? Anyone? City have anything else?
Nothing to add at this time, Mayor.
And developer? Anything?
Unless you need anything from me.
All right, I'm sensing with the energy here, maybe a 5-minute break, and then we'll listen to public comment.
We have 6 in-person speakers, 1 person waiting to speak virtually, and 6 voicemails. The first in-person speaker is Karen Ray. Welcome.
Thank you again. I know this has been a long evening. I do want to thank you for sitting through this meeting and the numerous pages. I was impressed certainly with the numerous pages of citizen input into and interest in this question that's before you. Over the last 3 years, a greater awareness and understanding has taken place in cities across the Front Range as to the nature of the inequity and the limited recourse residents who live in metropolitan special districts do face. It's come into the public light the abuses and harm that has been done to residents living in developments with developer tax burdens. Most recently, it has come to light the padding of debt to enrich developers in the Lennar Homes Amber Creek subdivision in Thornton, just over the road from us. I have submitted to you a report, and I think Abby distributed it to everybody. City Clerk Fitch distributed to everyone, a report that examines the data provided by the developer and city consultants and looks at it from the homeowner side of the equation. The report looks at the impact of the added tax versus how 99% of this city has been built, where developer costs are recouped in the home price. The buyer knows what they are getting, including the reasonable expectation that they will have water and sewer lines. The data shows that an MSD would cause the homeowner to pay between $23,000 and $43,000 more by paying the developer tax than adding the $30,000 to $40,000 to the home price and mortgaging that amount themselves. If you accept the premise that the infrastructure cost is not already priced into the lot and the home price. The developer's Piper Sandler report shows that the $55 million debt bond will grow to $153 million in tax collections and fees between the 2 districts. The average cost to the homeowner will be about $100,000 for the developer's infrastructure debt bonds. This is just the math using the figures that have been delivered between the developer and the city's consultants. These are privately held bonds that will pay investors handsomely while homeowners will struggle to pay their bills. Bonds that require no principal payment until the end, as was explained, so it just accumulates interest. It's like paying minimum payments on a credit card. In the end, your balance balloons. This will affect somewhere between 5,400 and 6,000 people in the city. It will level an unfair and unnecessary tax when 99% of the city's population will not pay this. This is a developer tax, which will cause 43% higher tax rates on the Uplands residents in the city. A tax that you will vote on that goes to a private developer to subsidize their private enterprise. A tax that grows in real dollars for people when home values go up. A tax to pay a debt that new residents will be obliged to pay over 30 or perhaps 40 years with very little say on what that debt was when they bought into it and what they will be obligated to pay in the end. This application is requesting exceptions to the city policy by nearly doubling the allowed residential District 1 mill levy. Since the City Title 32 policy was established in 2004, the city has only approved 2 residential MSDs, and both were within the maximum allowed mill levy per the city policy: Country Club Highlands and Highland Village. Other MSDs were approved prior to 2004 with higher rates in residential MSDs. Whatever the original intentions were for allowing the MSDs to exist, the evidence is clear. The purpose today is being used to increase the bottom line of the development industry. The evidence over the last several years of repeated abuses by metro districts is overwhelming. This plan presented is to ensure that the Varde Partners Development Fund little risk in their investment and puts new residents to the city at a very high financial risk with potential harm. It harms the city by creating a two-tier tax structure, and the financial plan does not consider the changes in the market and assumes an always up market, which, as we are entering into the days of inflation, rising interest rates, and a slowing housing market, the financial projections will not be met as stated by the city financial consultant's report. The staff notes that the developer is assuming exceptions to building density and is assuming they will be granted variance to development requirements, while merely mentioning in the staff report these statements are actually quite significant. So who will be left holding the debt? The residents of the development who will be legally bound by the debt the developers assumed without their consult and without the ability to change per the submitted documents that you have. Please prioritize the homeowner, the residents of the city, and the city as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Darlong Cheng. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Darlong Cheng, a resident of 6876 Juniper Court, Arvada, in the Geos neighborhood, which is part of a metro tax district run by a key player in your vote on creating a new metro tax district tonight. Based on my personal experience with Chad Ellington and how his decisions running my neighborhood's metro tax district negatively impacted my family and neighbors, I'm here to ask you to vote no on the application to create a metro tax district for the Uplands development. The Geos Metro Tax District, as managed by Chad Ellington, cost my neighbors and me thousands of dollars each in future property tax increases to pay off a higher interest rate and fees on a $5 million loan that was refinanced without the full understanding and consent of the neighborhood. The refinancing of the $5 million bond was unnecessary as the previous bond was still good, and the new bond sale cost substantial legal and financing fees in addition to the increased interest rate. However, this is not even the worst of what Chad has done to my neighborhood through the Metro Tax District. Before Chad took control over the Geos Metro Tax District in late 2020, my neighbors and I had moved into the Geos neighborhood on the promise of a home free from dependence on fossil fuels like fossil gas, which is called natural gas by the fossil fuel industry. This promise was of paramount importance to me because I had moved my family from Houston to leave a career and life dependent on big oil and gas. The urgency of personally and professionally leaving big oil and gas was compounded by almost 16 years of frustration working as a research engineer for ExxonMobil Upstream Research Company, trying to move the company to sustainable energy. Hurricane Ike knocking out my family's power and running water for 4 days when my daughter was an infant, and Hurricane Harvey devastating my community with 48 inches of rain flooding homes waist high while my daughter was a climate evacuee at 9 years old. These are just a few of the many reasons for leaving Texas to move to a home free from fossil gas dependence. As a research engineer, my education and career depended on a healthy regard for science, including climate science. From the strongest peer-reviewed evidence, thousands of climate scientists have concluded that human infrastructure dependent on burning fossil fuels over a century has brought us to the brink of extreme weather events beyond our ability to adapt. Human-caused global warming has resulted in extreme drought, flooding, and wildfires that have become more frequent and severe as my daughter and her generation struggle to cope in their childhood. According to climate science, we need to cut global greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 to give my daughter's generation a reasonable chance at a future without runaway global warming. The scale of emissions cut cannot be achieved as long as developers like Chad are empowered by instruments like a metro tax district to install subsidized fossil gas pipelines in a neighborhood that was previously free of any fossil gas and against the wishes of existing residents. When pressed, Chad wasn't even aware that fossil gas primarily consists of methane gas, which is more than 80 times more potent in global warming impact than carbon dioxide over a 20-year time frame. He did not bother to find out that only about a third of the 28 existing homes use geothermal heat pumps, while the rest use air source heat pumps, because he assumed that geos meant that all homes had geothermal heating and cooling. Because of Chad, none of the next 91 homes will use geothermal heat pumps, despite being branded as geos homes, condemning future residents to skyrocketing fossil gas bills due to geopolitics and the depletion of non-renewable fossil fuels that take millions of years to form. Chad promised in press release to build upon the sustainability-driven vision of the first geos homes, but he has instead trampled upon that vision either through his incompetence or indifference. In stark contrast to developers like Chad Ellington, I do not seek power to maximize my own bottom line while ignoring how using that power causes the world to burn. As a responsible research engineer, citizen, and parent, I do not ignore, deny, or stand by in the presence of climate inaction. A habitable future for us all depends on responsible climate action now, as my neighbors and I took action in moving into one of the 28 existing geos homes built to be free from fossil gas and net zero in generating as much solar panel electricity as they use in a year. I personally took action by giving up my power to maximize my own personal earnings potential by voluntarily resigning from a decade and a half long career in big oil and gas. Please vote no on the proposal to give Chad Ellington and his group the power of the Metro Tax District to make more disastrous decisions impacting the wallets and climate future of Westminster residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Calavity. Welcome.
Hello. Hello, Karen Calavity, 9940 Westcliff Parkway. Yes, definitely this Metro District business should not go through. There's this idea that the Uplands is doing a great favor to the neighborhood by building out this high density that really can't be met by any way except for raising the mill levy to an untenable level, or to even justify the Metro Tax District in the first place. Most people don't really even want this development. So to say that, you know, it's justifiable because of all the density and the special lines that they're going to have to be put through, I mean, it's not justifiable at all. Very few people actually want that development there. The new downtown is sitting half empty, and it has streets and utilities already placed in there, not done through a metro district. It would be better to build out that more completely. We had a person just come earlier today and talk about that area nearer the transit area that they want to annex. And it's like, it sounds like a good idea, but where's the water going to come for that annexation? We're already, all these projects, we don't have the water for them in the first place. So to say that it's doing us a big favor by putting in water lines and sewer lines and streets into an area that most people would prefer to be kept as a type of open space rather than crowding it in with a bunch of units with concrete, asphalt, and maybe one tree. Maybe one tree is going to end up being in each yard because of the water savings of no landscaping. I mean, this whole metro district, they're trying to justify a metro district for a project that a lot of people don't want in the first place. So I just don't understand why City Council is so determined to help out these guys with special mill levies and a metro district which isn't justifiable in the first place. please, I would ask you to vote no. Vote no, please.
The next speaker is John Palmer. We do have more speakers. Mr. Palmer, it's your turn.
All right, let's boil back to the Metro Home Coalition donation or campaign donations. I know that we've cleared up the Carl Nesson question. Let's now talk about a member of Norris Design being on that same board in the leadership committee capacity named Diana Real. She's part of that same group that made the $1,000 plus campaign contribution to both Dave DeMott and Sarah Namella. That is a conflict of interest because Norris Design is hip deep in it with Chad and Jeff. Conflict of interest. Oh, and by the way, I'd like to add on to that those were both found as campaign contributions, and Sarah, Councilor Namella, she did report it as a major campaign contribution, unlike Mr. DeMott, who chose not to report it as a major campaign contribution, and that can be found in the city records with where the donations are made. Just curious why that happened, why that was overlooked.
Thank you. The next speaker is William Mullins. William Mullins. Okay, the next speaker is Mary Berg. Welcome.
Hi there. I want to say, first of all, that I appreciate that you've worked very hard on this project for a long time. But I don't think there's one person on the council who can actually verify that the statistics that were given by the first person that spoke, I think his name is Jeff, I'm not sure. Is that Jeff? Okay. So I think it's very important that you spend the time to make sure everything that was claimed is accurate because that's your duty to the citizens. Okay. He's obviously got a number one interest in the success of this. And even though 5 years are down the road, we don't know where those, in order to come up with a $1.8 billion amount, you have to have way more specifics than what we've been given. I know that this is a preliminary plan, but we need to see what they're looking at to come up with $1.8 billion. Okay. And we're putting on in that area what exists is 7.5 times the space. So when you're doing it this densely and changing the whole character of the land and the people, we have to nail down what's really going to happen. Okay? Because this isn't the only night this can be approved. I urge that you table it and look at what's been claimed, and also if the numbers of units just basically in the cornfield between 84th and 88th on Federal West is 1,690. I'll give you 1,700 units, okay? Divided by 1.8 billion, that costs $1 million each to build whatever's there, okay? So that is not this area to spend on a smaller, way smaller property, okay? And a way smaller building. So that's what the numbers are, 1.8 billion. And also today, the Department of Labor Statistics came out, and the numbers are that we are spending as an average, and I would say maybe Westminster area, the Shaw Heights area, is an average. I'm just going to accept that's an average citizen in America. Okay, so what they're paying in food, clothing, and health care, combined with other items that the Labor Statistics lists, and you can find this at gellerreport.com. Today, we are paying $15,500 for that cost. Okay, and the average citizen is paying $16,730 in government taxes, meaning the federal, the state, the local taxes are greater than those basic costs. So I think it is improper to charge 43% higher in that kind of numbers, meaning the 1,670 homes, 43% higher in the taxes that occur. Okay. The other thing is we are a neighborhood that is one story. Maybe two stories, but the majority is one story, with fences, with yards, with gardens, with privacy, with distance between the houses of maybe we'll say 10 feet-ish, okay? This allows nothing like that, and to spend this $1 million per unit is just not it is not realistic. So I think that's why you owe us reviewing what the claims are being made, okay, before you continue with this. And also, very importantly, as a licensed real estate person, this handout that you are making a decision tonight to pass MSD, a Metropolitan Service District. And nowhere in here do I find that. I hear Metropolitan District. So I think you're opening up the can of worms that we haven't proceeded properly, because it needs to be saying MSD in this as a licensed real estate person. This isn't printed properly. So if this isn't done properly, I'm wondering what else might have been overlooked. So please table this and don't decide tonight. And if you do, please vote no, because we don't have enough information, and we can continue it. This isn't the last night of this whole project. Okay, after 5 years, I appreciate your huge attention. The other issue is the plan doesn't have roads enough to support that. Okay, so there's got to be more cost involved in that.
That was our last live speaker, and we have one virtual speaker. Mr. Henderson, I've unmuted you, so if you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, John Henderson. Again, Colorado attorney associated with Coloradans for Metro District Reform. I have yet to attend one of these hearings in front of the state legislature the last 2 years, or the multiple cities throughout the Front Range, where a homeowner came before the board and said these were great things and that they knew what they were getting into. I'd be happy to participate on that disclosure panel. We've proposed many forms of disclosure, all of which have been opposed by the Metro District Educational Coalition, which is espoused by the developer as the entity that should teach homeowners on how to handle and be knowledgeable about metro districts. But at any rate, with respect to the service plan, what we've heard tonight is it's not going to harm the city. It's not going to harm the current residents. We haven't heard anything about what impact it's going to have on those future residents, your future constituents. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are the only check and balance. There's none in the state, at the state legislature, the state agencies. There is no check and balance except you. To Councilperson Numella's point, yes, this is a new version. You have a brand new version of a service plan which addresses the resident input, and I've debated variations of service plan governance with the McGeady law firm that's before you tonight and others as well. And this is a new one. What they're doing here is essentially eliminating any opportunity by the future residents to have any opportunity to sit on any board that's going to decide taxing and spending issues. You and the developer are making all of those decisions through approval of the service plan, the associated pledge agreements, and the ballot issues, which you are approving when you approve this service plan. I've referenced the sections in the service plan. I've referenced the sections in the pledge agreements that say that. And what that means is there will be $55 million of bond debt that will be issued before they even begin to break ground. Their own materials say that they're putting up this money and that the district is there to repay it. In an industry symposium back in 2019, the industry representative said the same thing. Metro districts are there to repay it. In this case, the repayment doesn't happen until the residents arrive. And when the residents start to arrive, that interest rate on the principal, which never goes down, is astronomical. In our community, after 15 years, we had paid $7 million in principal, and we're paying over $30 million in interest. And that's what the bond debt was for. The interest continues to balloon. There is evidence in the first edition of the service plan that the holders of the bond will be the developer. So that interest is being paid to the developer, which equals profit. Let's be clear. The industry nationwide says it costs $30,000 to $40,000 per lot to build infrastructure. The homeowner is going to pay $30,000 to $40,000 per lot, one way or the other. The sole question before you is, are they going to pay it through the cost of the home, which has been the traditional way and is the way most states throughout the country handle it? Or are they going to pay it through metropolitan financing, which is controlled absolutely 100% by the developer, and in this case, with your cooperation in issuing $55 million in debt? The $55 million in debt is only part of the story. That's the principal. The interest is at least $122 million, and pursuant to the ballot issue that was just given to you, it could be $2.289 billion. The attorneys wrote those numbers in there. There's a reason why they wrote those numbers in there. With respect to the developed lots that I've written about, you cannot begin to analyze the financing until you have the developer tell you how much they're going to sell the developed lots for. That's an income stream that is invisible in these districts. We pulled the curtain back in our community and found the developer made over $75 million in profit just on selling the developed lots, and after accounting for the cost of the infrastructure. There was no need for a metro district. Again, with respect to the ballot issue, I mentioned that in my initial remarks at the opening of the session. There are three things that you all need to consider. One is the voters, which include Mr. Handlin and Mr. Ellington and other members of the development team. Those 5 people are going to vote to impose bond debt up to $2.28 billion. They're going to eliminate the rights of the voters to vote on taxes and bond debt through the Tabor election, as they call it, by eliminating Tabor.
Sir, you've gone over your 5 minutes.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions based upon our collective experiences. Thank you.
That was our last signed up speaker. Do you want to move on to voicemails?
My name is Michelle Trujillo, and I'm a resident and business owner here in Westminster. And I'm calling to urge City Council to vote no on the Uplands MSD application. I am very concerned with already the things that are popping up that talk about increased density and variations in the future for adding more homes and to what has already been proposed. It's insult to injury is what it is. Many of us were opposed to Uplands in the first place, and now, and the very first thing that comes up is the MSD and includes discussion of increased density, which assumes the city will grant variances on density, setbacks, and lot size. So while the staff members are mentioning this in passing, we citizens are not taking this in passing and are very concerned about it. And don't set another precedent here with MSDs. We don't need them. We don't want them. No, Uplands.
Hello, my message is for September 12th City Council meeting. My name is Carl Marita. I am a Westminster resident, Carl with a K. I wanted to call and ask that the City Council reject the proposal for a metropolitan special tax district. It's going to cause future property owners to pay up to 43% higher taxes. We've crunched the numbers and used the experts to identify these facts. Future property owners, new residents to our city. So we're trying to attract residents, but these future residents will be saddled with these unfair tax burdens because there's a developer who said they would pay their own way, but is actually going to take taxes in perpetuity and increase the tax burden of our future residents to pay for what they said they would pay for. In other states, a project like this would get a capital loan. They had loaned to buy the land. They would get a capital loan to make the improvements that they agreed to with the city. However, that's not the case in Colorado because metro tax districts exist. So what that means is instead of having to take the improvements out of their profit, their huge profit, they can now just take that and add it to their profit and pay for it through the hard work of future residents. And all of this, and they're not even going to have enough parks or even one swimming pool in this whole area. So what a great deal that'll be. Additionally, this is a problem because these taxes are not disclosed when someone buys it. So this 43% higher tax rate isn't even contemplated when someone's thinking about a purchase price of the home. Over 30 years, that would add at least $100,000 to the total of a house. So in other places, the best practice is that these houses and developments have a fee. So there's a fee, an impact fee, that goes to pay for improvements and other things going on as they put this development through. But no, we want to do it under the table after someone's already purchased. So it's a bait and switch. So that's what we're doing to our future residents that are going to come here, move to Westminster, and we're going to saddle them with these higher taxes and higher prices unbeknownst to them. So that's what this proposal represents. The developer has price ranges at current market values, not lower, because they recoup the overhead with their taxes. They're in control of the taxes. Only they can be on the board. Talk about taxation without representation. Holy moly, that's what we fought the revolution over. So the residents who would be paying all these taxes and all this money, they can't even vote on these taxes or change them or use the money for different things. They're all locked out. But guess who is on these boards that controls all that? O. Reed and our buddy Ellington over there. He's done it before. It's made him a lot of money. He's even probably in a nice suit right now. This is a travesty. It's against what the city stands for. This is not the answer we need. They need to get a capital loan or charge fees up front to future residents so that they know what they're getting into. These residents are going to be bait and switched if you approve this. I ask that you vote against it. The applicant provided a justification of these variances in their plan. They had variances in their plan. So just like the whole plan with the design, where there were a lot of things not really jiving with what they were saying, here we are. We're going to trust them again now with finances and with our future residents' home ownership. That's where we're gonna trust them with that. So they have inconsistencies in their plan. They've had explanations for variances, city lot sizes, and may I remind you, they're also planning 65-foot buildings on Federal to block what is laid out as a view corridor. So all of this, you're going to go with the developer who has inconsistencies, asked for exceptions, and said they were going to pay their own way. They're not paying their own way. Future residents are paying their way and adding to their profit margins, which are already huge. So I would ask you to vote against this. This is absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, that beautiful farm is returning to its natural state, absorbing carbon as much as a forest. Prairie grass actually absorbs more carbon than the forest. It's new research that has come out. This is what we need in South Westminster. The developer is ignoring the 2004 Title 32 policy, and they're electing themselves to the board, taxation without representation. The city council requires to approve that service plan, and I say you should not. And please vote this down. They need to pay their own way. Do not support taxation without representation. We need the council's protection for the future residents of Westminster. Thank you and have a great night.
Hello, my name is Lucy Sieber. I'm a resident of Westminster, Colorado, and I would like to leave my comments regarding the Uplands MSD for tonight's City Council meeting. It seems like forever and a day that the Oread Capital, now Oread Vardy Partners, Uplands project has been at the forefront of City Council discussions. Initially, the discussions focused on the density of the development, the impact on already burdened infrastructure, and the effect on the surrounding neighborhood. Now, with the necessary approvals in place, Oread claims that it cannot make this district work without Metropolitan Special District approval. Makes one wonder if this entire project wasn't based on less than plausible projections in the first place. With the aforementioned avenues of discussion put aside for a moment, please focus on the ethics of the Metropolitan Special District proposal. Did you know that a senior vice president of a local mortgage company, Mr. Lonnie Glessner of Draper and Kramer Mortgage Corporation, has developed and teaches a seminar entitled How to Protect Your Clients from Metro Districts? This seminar targets both real estate professionals and consumers. Mr. Glessner graciously sent his comments to the public comments email address, so hopefully they are included in your information packets. Like Mr. Glessner, I was outraged when I read David Magoya's Denver Post articles of December 2019 and January 2020. I was and still am outraged. How is this even ethical? A blatant case of taxation without representation. Government officials, both local and state, have been led down a primrose path of vapid reasoning and assurances. So how does Westminster propose to protect these prospective home buyers? Disclose the mill levy and projected tax up front? So a real estate salesperson will do this? As Mr. Glessner points out, the only people who are qualified to do this are the title company closers and or the underwriters. Is the city prepared to fund these positions to have on hand at point of sale? Additionally, I would like to address the comment by, I believe, Mayor Pro Tem DeMott that he thought these taxes could be deducted on tax returns. Unfortunately, untrue. The Tax Reform Act of 2018 increased the standard deduction so that now only 10% of American taxpayers can now itemize their deductions. I believe Ms. Normella commented something to the effect that this is how it is done now. Counselor, that does not make it right or ethical. Now let us investigate a few other lowlights of this proposal. Somehow, some way, an increase in density and building variances has slipped into the proposal. A notice of special election has been published before MSD approval. Qualified candidates would either be investors in the development or perhaps a few prairie dogs. Now, the missing middle, which was Uriad's long-time marketing mantra, is now really missing. New homes are valued up to $1 million, a $43 million tax levy, and $3,000 facility fee? For what? What is really missing is a sense of ethics and accountability. It's fairly common knowledge that Westminster has suffered through some tough PR issues during the past few years, specifically water rates, recall election, and the build-up not out fiasco. The MSD for the Uplands could be another PR disaster, especially in light of the financial fraud facing Thornton regarding the Amber Creek MSD. I do hope that the majority of the City Council has a working conscience and vetoes this proposal. If not, there is no spinmeister on earth who can bail you out.
Good morning. My name is Rainer Gerbach. I have previously provided comments on the Upland project. It continues to be my recommendation to reject the development proposal by Peak Development. Today I'm contacting you on the subject of the Metro District demanded by Peak. Peak does not have the financial means, the financial stability, nor the vision to undertake a project like Uplands. Accordingly, Peak is looking for financing vehicles that transfer the risk of the development to any future homeowner. As you know, financing obtained by some developers can be obscure to the point that homeowners are not aware of the intricacies involved. Some homeowners have lost their homes as a consequence. Ellington of Peak is involved in some capacity in 10 metro districts. Is Ellington officially competent to be involved in any of these metro districts? Our experience with Peak and Ellington would suggest he is not. Geos is a small development compared to Upland. In 2022, Ellington was not aware that natural gas is pure methane. His refinancing was a mistake as it increased the interest rate and incurred substantial legal and financing fees related to the bond sale. He promised building net zero homes until he realized he needed a competent local builder. So he reneged on this promise as well. Based on our experience, building peak developments like in Forsyth exclude vital sustainability and conservation features required in our world of a rapidly changing climate. As climate change is advancing in Colorado and the Western U.S., it is my belief that as you, as competent leaders of the City of Westminster, are charged with devising and implementing developments that conserve critical resources, i.e. water and energy, increase access to nature, and create wildlife habitat while working towards a rapid reduction in carbon and methane emissions. Peak develops for profit. The knowledge, commitment, and experience to build sustainably and future-proof is absent. I would urge you to deny the Metro District, engage a builder-developer team that can demonstrate experience in sustainable building construction and integration of housing with the natural world. Thank you.
My name is Eric Wyckoff. Yes, I'm calling to urge City Council members to vote no on the Uplands MSD. The City Council has disregarded City Code and land dedication, and now Uplands wants to increase the density and lot size if this MSD doesn't go through. They haven't abided by Title 32, and it's not in step with what the city is usually doing. Voting, please vote no on this. Thank you.
My name is Ellen Buckley, and I'm calling to comment on the public hearing item D, resolution number 32. I'm speaking in opposition to resolution 32, the consolidated service plan for Uplands. There is no justification for allowing a metro special district, which is against the city's policy. If a MSD is allowed, there's no justification for allowing the huge increase from 25 mils limit to 43 mils. Two of the supposed reasons for supporting an MSD are, one, the supposed significant sales tax revenues to the city. This is not likely to occur. Westminster has many vacant retail properties now. We all know retail is shrinking, not growing. The second supposed justification for allowing a disfavored MSD and a huge mill levy increase is construction of a new urbanism project that incorporates significant recreational amenities, such as a pool and clubhouse, private and public lands, and open space. Uplands will have no recreational amenities, never mind significant ones. It will also have very limited parks, given the variance you have already allowed them by getting money in lieu of parks. Even the small amount of parks they agreed to won't occur if they get yet more variances from you, as they've stated is their goal. The one-time facility fee of $3,000 is particularly egregious, given that there will be no facilities for residents. A little splash pad really doesn't count as a facility. In addition to being a terrible burden on potential Uplands homeowners, the service plan does not meet the Title 32 requirements. The area does not have the financial ability to discharge the proposed indebtedness on a reasonable basis. Your own expert, Hilltop Securities, said the assumptions in their financial plan are not reasonable. Throughout the Uplands process, they have requested the city give them variances on allowed density, public land dedication, and now this MSD and excessive mill levy. In this application, they've stated they can't pay the debt unless you further depart from city policies on density, lot size, setbacks, parking, and private outdoor space development standards. All of these policies the city has are based on protecting residents' environmental quality, safety, and aesthetic values, their overall quality of life. And yet, Uplands continually ask you to depart from these standards. It's not acceptable. It's time the city said no to Uplands in its constant request to violate the city's policies. I urge you to vote no on Resolution 32. Thank you.
The final voice, Dan. The staff, I don't know who might want to address anything that they just heard. If they do, staff or the Upland, or if they don't, that's fine too.
Thank you. I'm sure Jeff can speak to some of the questions and comments with respect to the development. I did want to respond to Ms. Ray's comments and Ms. Bird's comments and Mr. Henderson's comments with respect to the amount of debt that can be issued and the difficulties that this can cause for homeowners. Now, I am not quite sure where the $1 billion number comes from. In our service plan, we have a limitation
and I will direct you specifically to it. It is in section 5. It's on page 8 of the service plan in Roman numeral number 6. The districts shall not, mandatory shall not, issue debt in excess of $55,765,000. So the ballot issues do have us voting $55,765,000 in each category, just because we are not sure where we're going to spend all our money. We have a good idea, right? But it would be difficult to carve up that 55 million in between streets, sanitation, water improvements, because if something goes over a category and we don't have electoral authority for it, we're unable to pay for it. But in all events, regardless of what we have voted for, regardless of what we have Tabor authority for, we cannot issue more than $55,765,000. The other protections that this service plan provides is a limited mill levy. So regardless of the amount of debt that we issue and the interest that gets paid on it, the homeowners and the residents are only subject to a limited mill levy of 40 mills for debt, 3 mills for administrative purposes. That level of taxation will be clearly disclosed to every potential home buyer. With respect to developer reimbursements, it is not intended that this developer acquire these bonds. It's intended that these bonds get marketed through an underwriter and publicly sold. With respect to developer reimbursements, Article 9 of the service plan provides that no agreement to reimburse the developer shall bear interest that exceeds 5% per annum, and that interest cannot compound. So any amount that gets paid to the developer to reimburse for public improvements cannot exceed 5% interest, and that interest rate cannot compound. With respect to debt that is privately sold, there are further protections in the service plan in that an external financial advisor is required to review that debt before it gets issued and make a determination of reasonableness as to rate and terms. Municipal financial advisors are persons that must be trained and licensed. Let me just see if there were any other things that I needed to respond to. So I guess, Mr. Henderson indicated that there are no checks and balances. Well, there are checks and balances, and the checks and balances are the parameters that the city council in their policy and in the service plan have on the district's ability to issue debt and what they can impose for taxes via mill levies, the amount of debt that they can issue, and how long that debt can be outstanding. There are checks and balances, there are parameters, and the district cannot go beyond those parameters without it being a material modification and coming back to city council and getting your approval for any modification. I will defer now to Jeff to answer some of the development related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you for your patience. I just wanted to address a few things. Lastly, before I get on to the public comment, one of the comments I think that was causing some confusion is how a resale consumer would know how much taxes they're paying. That's on every Zillow site, every research site you could ever look up, when you identify a home you want to buy, last year's taxes are on there. That's not going to change. And so after that, I'm not sure how a resale consumer could not see the 43 mills on the tax bill. The fact that it says a metro district, Uplands Metro District number 1, say, for example, on there, might be foreign to them, but they would soon, as part of their orientation process, through the management company that Councilor Nurmela brought up, there is a management company for these quasi-government jurisdictions, for these districts. And that management company would inform the resale consumer after they bought, you see the 43 mills on your last year's tax bill, this is what it's for, here's the website. So hopefully that clears up some of the confusion on what notices and disclosures a resale buyer would have. With regards to the public comment, the only things I would address are that it is not true that since 2004, this council has not approved higher mills than what's on the council. That is not true. It's in the agenda memo from your staff and also from us. One inaccuracy that I saw was that the Metro District could possibly subsidize the gas lines in this project. That is also not true. That is not district eligible public improvements. With regards to Mr. Henderson, he is not a practicing Metro District attorney. He does not live in this state, and he has attended almost every Metro District hearing I've been a part of for the last few years. It's better termed as a Metro District activist. But I believe Paula addressed some of his inaccuracies, so I won't address them. I heard 3 or 4 or 5 times that we are proposing increased density. I just want to say that out loud. That is not the case. What is the case is that if lot standards that are in your current code were not modified, we recognize that we would not achieve the existing 2,350 maximum build out. That's what we're disclosing, not that we're proposing increasing density at all. The last thing I thought I might propose is, or address rather, is 2 things. Uplands districts meets the criteria in the policy. I think there's some confusion of whether districts are great or good or best for people 30 or 40 years down the line. But your city has a written policy with regards to this. Staff confirms, and every consultant confirmed that this is reasonable and it does meet the criteria. That was an inaccurate statement, that a consultant considered our plan to be unreasonable. Not only do we meet one of the 4 examples in the policy, the annexation of a parcel, the mixed use nature, a new urbanist, and incentive for redevelopment, we met all 4 of them. We meet the policy. And one quote I'd like to point out that the city made, which I thought was exactly accurate, and I'll just read it. But for the Uplands development, none of these improvements will be constructed. Exactly. Just like the last 50 years in this neighborhood, there hasn't been a lot of investment. There hasn't been a lot of infrastructure, but that is a true statement. But for the Uplands development, these improvements will not happen. Lastly, with regards to board dynamics, your policy requires us to set a service plan and a very specific financing plan up front. There's no other way for us to do it than to get this debt approved in the form you see it. And we obviously will not have homeowners for a few years until after we install infrastructure and they show up. But when they show up, each homeowner gets 1 vote. And the landowner, no matter how many acres we own, we get 1 vote. So they're immediately on par with us the minute they walk in the door. And they can participate in the board immediately. And they will. We encourage it every time, every project we've been involved in. That's all I had to mention. If you have any additional questions or clarifications, please ask us. Thank you.
Any questions before we leave? Councilor Nurmela.
So I still struggle on, we have our district policy. It's pretty specific about the 25 mills in relation to residential districts. And there's some base, in terms of the basic description of what we would approve for those 25 mills, I would say, in looking through the 4 bullets, I can just, I think the one that still is somewhat questionable for me is the benefit, particularly if you're asking for more mills, like the public benefit piece. And, you know, I really, when I had envisioned this site building out, I really saw it as wanting to have it be an asset for the surrounding community. And yes, there's been a negotiated PLD with this, but you know, there's, in terms of a neighborhood, it doesn't have a pool, you know, like some of the things that are described in our policy. I really wanted to see, you know, something even more public, like a rec center or something, developed to serve this area, and especially bringing in so many different, so many community members on top of the surrounding neighborhood. So I think that's the piece that I'm just, you know, one, there's the 25 mills, and then 2, it's like, why I know the project can't happen in your, you know, what you've stated at 25 mills, or at least that's what I'm hearing. But I'm just not seeing the justification to get to 40.
Okay, so glad, Councilor Miller, glad to address all of your questions. One, in terms of the recreation center, it's not required by your code, and it's not in anywhere required. The only thing that we haven't delineated that is not even required of a swimming pool. The policy says recreational amenities such as clubhouse, swimming pool, etc. We have done a lot of research, and I've met a lot of times with Highland Hills Recreation District. And I will tell you, they're not a big fan of a swimming pool inside of the Uplands, given the assets they have, the swimming pool assets they have in the area, not just Waterworld, but area swimming pools around there. What we have suggested instead is a splash feature, which is large and expansive and is far more common today, especially in Western markets, for water play features. We've also proposed a plaza, a large public plaza, and I want to make sure that I say this out loud. Every amenity that we've proposed in detail in the MODP, it's in there. The language is in there, and when we have to build it. That is all public. That is not typical. The typical is a clubhouse that's for the residents, just for the HOA. That is also, frankly, it's way out of favor in urban planning. The institutional clubhouse that has key cards to get in and out of it, we felt it was far more important to build amenities that interfaced with the public. Coffee shop, a co-work space, right? A leasing office, and outside, plenty of indoor-outdoor amenities. We believe that those are significant. They're right in the village center next to all of the businesses. Now, 47 acres on top of that is parks. That is also significant recreational amenities. And we pushed the parks to the periphery of the project to make sure that we brought the maximum amount of people out of the Trust for Public Lands high need category for public parks. In terms of public benefit beyond the recreational amenities, we are improving $160 million of public infrastructure in this location, 60 million of which we've packaged into what I'll call offsites and adjacencies. Those are very impactful for the surrounding community. And they are intensely impactful for those people that have done without small things like sidewalks. I talked to someone today that attended Shaw and had to walk back and forth, but every time it was muddy or it rained or it snowed, they'd show up with mud all over their pants to school. These are real stories. This is a neighborhood that exists, that hasn't seen a penny of investment for many decades. So the public benefit in my mind is sidewalks for the first time for plenty of families that you don't hear from tonight because they have jobs. And they're saying, we want the things that everybody else wants too. Walkable coffee shop, walkable restaurant, some sidewalks, some bike paths, safe crossings for their kids. How about a safe crossing from the 86th Street bus stop where we witnessed a pedestrian die trying to get from the bus stop to the DMV. I've spent 7 years of my life in front of everybody I could meet with in this city trying to articulate that public benefit. I've done everything, every neighbor, and that includes the schools around that area, has asked me to do. I don't know what else I can deliver in public benefit. Despite not a requirement in your code, we offer 300 affordable homes and working our tail off on 150 additional attainable cottages if we can fit them into your code. I could keep going, but I think in the materials, hopefully we've articulated enough in terms of other public benefits on top of transportation and drainage. There are people living on Shaw Boulevard right now. They're in the floodplain. They're in the flood insurance rate map. They have to pay that. Our improvements take them out of the floodplain. We fix a lot of area deficiencies, not only in sanitary sewer and drainage, but in water systems and transportation. I hope I've answered enough questions on public benefit, but we do have our engineers here to articulate in more probably specific terms if you'd like more details. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. There were a couple of other opportunities to address concerns I heard. And so I heard one of the callers say that I was dishonest by bringing up tax benefit. People I spoke to, I heard that there could be, because when I look it up online, there is listed as a tax benefit. I hope people understand everybody's taxes are different because everybody makes different money, so your tax burden is different. So is that something that you guys can speak to possibly?
Sure. Under the, there is a state and local tax deduction. It is available for people who itemize on their taxes. Not everybody itemizes, but certainly some people do. And for those people, they may in fact be able to take a deduction for the state and local taxes that they pay, which would include the taxes paid to the metropolitan district. So while it is not utilized by everyone, it is certainly available and it can be utilized for those who itemize.
Thank you for that clarification. The other opportunity actually, fortunately, has to do with me more than it does any of the hearing tonight. It was brought up, and I believe in people understanding the facts of the matter. So the contribution I got from that political action committee was on 9/20 of the election year, and the election was held on 9/2. And according to Colorado campaign finance law, you can look it up on their website, and Secretary of State states candidate committees must file a major contribution report in Tracer within 24 hours of receiving any contribution of $1,000 or more within 30 days of the primary election, general election, regular biennial school election. This includes loans candidates to their own committee. Colorado law requires filing of major contribution report in addition to reporting such contributions on regular schedule report. I just want to clarify that no, I did not report that because Colorado campaign finance law does not require that I do that because of when I received it. Not that that has any weight on this hearing tonight, but since it was brought up, I want to clear that up.
Councilor Emmons.
Thank you. A lot of questions as far as MSDs and our service plan here. And so I know that there was a lot of information provided in our packet, and I appreciate that. A lot of information provided tonight. So I'm going to ask my questions because they are still circling around in my brain, and I need to have a more concrete answer and be comfortable in making my decision. taxes have already been answered. Let's see, minimum required already answered. So my question is that there's two districts here. Can you please clarify why this isn't one big district, why it's sectioned into two different districts?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So one of the districts is intended to have the residential, and the other is intended to have the commercial and the multifamily. And the reason we have them separated into two districts is because district taxation within the boundaries of a district has to be uniform. So we cannot pick one section of a district to put 20 mills on and another section of the district to put 40 mills on. It has to be uniform. And given the current way taxation works, commercial properties have a much greater assessment ratio than residential properties do. So for example, right now the residential assessment ratio is 7.15% and the commercial ratio is 29%. So if you took a $500,000 piece of property, if it were classified as commercial, it would be taxed significantly more than if it were identified as residential. And so we are looking at having potentially different mill levies imposed on the commercial property versus the residential property. And that's the reason we are doing two different districts.
Okay, that makes sense, because my next question was looking at the ballot questions, they had the same dollar amount. And so my question then was, because one district is smaller than the other, just by geographical layout, would they be assessed equally? And you just answered that. So, okay. So when 30 years is up, are the mills reduced or do they go away? I'm sure there's an operational mill that will be maintained. How can you walk me through that?
Okay, so that's a great question. So if our debt is required to be structured with a 30-year maturity date. If we pay our debt within that 30 years, then we really actually don't have any other purpose to exist for, since we don't own and maintain anything. So in all likelihood, we would seek to dissolve the district at that time. If our debt is not paid within that 30-year maturity date, we potentially have another 10 years of payment before the service plan says the debt has to discharge. Meaning whatever isn't paid at the end of the 40 years, it goes away, and it is the investor's risk on that. At that point in time, again, we can't impose another debt service mill levy. From the time we impose our first debt service mill levy, we get a 40-year clock. And at the end of that time, we have fulfilled our purposes. And again, in all likelihood, we would dissolve.
And I apologize if you've answered these questions. I take lots, so I may miss question or may miss answers.
No worries.
So it's just good to rehear them. Let's see. I think we've already covered this, but if you could just kind of clarify and confirm, if someone buys a home within the district, that tax then is wrapped into the mortgage. And when it's sold, that also then is wrapped into the next buyer's mortgage, correct?
No. So if I went to buy a house and I bought a $500,000 house, I would have to put some money down for a down payment, right? And whatever I didn't come up with on a down payment would be the amount I would take out in a mortgage. And my mortgage lender, real estate taxes in the state have a superior lien to pretty much anything. That's how we can assure that the city can operate
and have police and essential services. So real estate tax liens are like the highest priority in the state. And so your lender wants to make sure that your real estate taxes are going to get paid so that, you don't end up getting a tax lien that takes priority over their mortgage. So most mortgage lenders, and I don't do mortgage lending, but from my own personal experience in my own personal house, most mortgage lenders will also create an escrow account. So in addition to paying the principal and interest on your mortgage payment, you also pay 1/12 of what your tax bill would be. And so when you go and you sell your house, a new buyer will come along and they will take out a new mortgage for whatever they need to borrow to buy your house. And in all likelihood, their lender will also create an escrow where they have to pay where you have to pay 1/12 of your real estate taxes.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, I get, thank you for separating that, because the way I explained it is not accurate in tax. So thank you for clarifying that. I guess it would depend on the banker as far as, so some people have to physically pay their tax, right?
Yes.
It's not in the payment. And
Yeah, that is true.
And some it's wrapped into the mortgage payments, not mortgage.
Okay,
right?
got it. Yep.
So, so if I'm buying the property, then I guess it would then you just clarified then that it would be wrapped into how the loan's set up. Correct.
I would assume that most mortgage lenders would factor in to your ability to repay a loan how much your tax payment is going to be in addition to your principal and interest. Again, I don't do mortgage lending, so I cannot make that representation 100% since that is not what I do for a living. But from my own personal experience in getting a mortgage loan to buy my house, I know my lender took that into consideration.
I think that's all my finance questions, but I'm going to keep going. Let's see. Can someone speak to, because I've heard this numerous occasions, can someone speak to or dispelling the 43% more in taxes?
Yeah, math is not my strong point. So.
I don't have their backup for the calculations, but I assume what they mean is compared to a home that would have, let's say, I'm just making this up, around 100 mills without a metro district. If we were to add 43 mills onto that tax bill, that would be 43% more. And that's probably around 100 mills what the surrounding residents are paying today. And so I think that's what they mean is 43% higher than the areas without the metro district and areas outside of Uplands.
Okay, that makes sense. It kind of leads into my next question, is how would this affect property values around it? If we included this as metro district, how would it affect property surrounding Uplands?
Zero. It would not affect anybody's mill, tax bills, fees, expenses in any way for the folks around there. Now, that's the taxes. That's the mills they pay. We have looked at the effect of infill, new urbanist, mixed use master plan communities like Central Park, formerly known as Stapleton, Midtown in Adams County, and Lowry, also in Denver. What we found was the home values surrounding those master plans increased dramatically over the first 7 to 8 years and then continued to increase. If that's your question of what would happen in home values, that's the best study we've done. But in terms of how much they pay in taxes, it would remain exactly as it is today, same millage.
Okay, I was looking more towards value than.
The value, yeah, we have done that study. Zonda, a national research firm, did that study for us and confirmed that was true in all cases, that once a infill master plan was developed, even during the development, very early, the home values surrounding it increased dramatically.
Great. So this was brought up that if you were to refinance or increase mills, it needs to come back to City Council for a vote. Does that also include people within the district?
So, as I mentioned, we have our parameters and we have our limited debt amount and we have our limited mill levy. And so we are voting, I believe, sufficient Tabor authority, so it wouldn't necessarily need to go to a vote of the homeowners, but it would have to come to a public hearing of City Council. It would need to be publicly noticed, and people within the boundaries of the district would get notice of the public hearing and would certainly have the opportunity to come and express their views as to why they do not support the request for the modification.
Okay, I'm just trying to get at the question of elected representation. Someone had brought that up as far as a public comment, so that makes sense. I think that's it for now. I'll relinquish my questions.
Anyone else? I will close the public hearing. And that brings us to a motion to adopt resolution. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolution number 32, approving the consolidated service plan for Uplands Metropolitan Districts, numbers 1 and 2, and an intergovernmental agreement between the city and the districts.
Councilor Seymour.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to adopt resolution 32. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, it's Dave Downey. Sorry to interrupt, but simply want to remind council, earlier tonight, Councilor Nermella talked about some specific notification requirements that she would like to see. And I believe Mr. Hanlon mentioned that there's plenty of future discussions with staff to work out details. My point is this: if there are certain specific notification requirements that you absolutely have to see accomplished, you need to add that to your motion.
Councilor Seymour, did you have something?
No, I'll turn off my light so we can have the discussion Mr. Downing brought up. But in part with that discussion is House Bill 21262 mentions that there are actually 4 parts on that. And it is email notification, print publication. So we can, in the law that's specified this year that went into force on January 1st, it's very specific on the notifications. And none of these are rocket science. It's notification that's done on all public hearings, posting in a local paper, posting in the places of posting that are recognized. So I think we can make a quick and reasonable amendment if that's what we're looking for this, if the applicant would agree, because all these are spelled out there and they're pretty easy to do. I mean, stapling, well, there's no telephone poles anymore, so that's just takes all the fun out of stapling stuff, flyers on a telephone pole. But, and what I would defer to Councilor Nermella on this.
Could it be something like a disclosure and notification plan that is approved by city staff or that's worked out with? I'm trying to think of a way to say it. So, because there are some minor things that I would want to, like a little bit more than 10 days notice, changing the city's notice, making sure the HOA and property management company is mentioned, ensuring that they're all virtual meetings.
Well, as far as the meeting part, that's addressed in House Bill 21-1278, and it allows for virtual meetings. So,
well, not just allowing for it, but like stating specifically in the service plan that these are our expectations for how the disclosure would be made, how and when the disclosure would be made, and the timing of notice, and that the meetings would be virtual, not that just because it's a little loose, the language that is provided in that bill in terms of.
I think, might I offer a suggestion? The service plan requires us to bring the form of disclosure back. And I would suggest that we bring that form of disclosure back with notification requirements and procedures attached to it. And that's already built into the service plan. It would not require an amendment this evening, but we have had the discussion, and now my team will work with staff to bring that back as we're required anyway.
Mr. Frankel?
So yes, I think you touched on part of it, which is amending the service plan. So if City Council wants to amend the service plan to incorporate new requirements, that is an option that is available to you. But I believe if you are going to amend the service plan tonight, that means we're going to have to come back another night to act upon it. And I'm looking to Ms. Decker and Mr. Weiser on that point.
and that would be my concern at this point, is doing this on the fly rather than bringing it back as a full amendment.
We were just discussing, in addition to the service plan, the city is approving a form of intergovernmental agreement that will be signed by the districts once the districts are formed. And the question that I posed to Mr. Weiser was whether we could make these changes in the intergovernmental agreement, which is a contract between the districts and the city, basically saying the districts are going to do everything in the service plan that they're required to do. And then oftentimes additional requirements can get added in the IGA.
That's why you stayed here all night.
Mayor McNally, members of council, D. Weiser with Butler Snow. I guess I think the problem I see that we have is if you have a specific set of requirements you want to impose upon the districts, we need to do it in this process. If you want something to direct that the staff work with the applicant to come up with something later, you can make that part of your motion, but it's not going to be part of this service plan. It's, you're not going to have requirements in the service plan. I think, Councilor, you wanted to have 14 days notice to the city of meetings. Right now, the service plan says 3 days. If you adopt this service plan, it's going to say 3 days. So if you want to go through the process of telling us exactly what you want in the service plan, we can try and work that in tonight on the fly, or you could tell us to come back at a later date to approve the service plan. That's going to be a problem for the developer team trying to get their Tabor election done yet this year, because they need a service plan finalized probably today to get that done.
Well, it's frustrating because that was something that we asked about in terms of the disclosure and notification. I don't know, like a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about this, and this is the first time we get to comment on it. So, I mean, yeah, I'd like to make sure that the meetings are all virtual and that it's specifically stated that the notification goes to the HOA or property management company. And that the 10 days is, I can 10 days, 14 days, but for me, it's the notification to more than just random emails that you may or may not have. I feel like an HOA property management company is a key piece, as well as making sure that all the meetings are virtual.
May I suggest, I don't think anything you've said is something that we're not going to incorporate. So I too wish that you would have had time in your process. We submitted our stuff weeks ago. And so I too wish that in your process, you would have had time to give us specifics that we would have incorporated before tonight. Given that we're not able to do that, what I would suggest is you give staff very clear direction, and we will incorporate those clear, everything you just mentioned, which is on the record, we will incorporate. But to do it tonight, as Mr. Weiser did indicate, it would push us past the election window for this year. And that means that we would wait many more months, if not another year. And that slows down everything, including infrastructure. And so what I would suggest is if you can, in a way, and I don't know how this would be handled tactically, if you could give staff direction that would be clear on what we need to be working on, then we would be back in that form. And I'm not sure if we can do it in the notification or if it has to be required in a future amendment to the service plan. With that, I'll give Paula the mic.
Is it not possible to condition the approval on minor text changes? So for example, under meeting locations on page 14, the current text reads, if a board meeting is held virtually using an online computer application, I would suggest we change it to all board meetings shall be held virtually using an online computer application. The district shall provide information on the district's website accessible to all residents. And then, I can literally take a clean copy and make minor text changes to address Councilor Nirmela's comments, and you can condition the approval on those changes being made.
Well, I think you don't want a conditional approval. I think you want a
Straight,
final
approval with those changes.
Right. And so
Yes.
I think if the majority of the council wants to see those changes, the motion ought to be to approve the service plan, to approve the resolution with the changes that the councilors outlined. And
on that thought, though, we're not going to have a resident on this property for at least 2 years. We have nobody to notify for at least that. And we can do a service plan amendment before there's bodies there, correct?
My preference would be that we did not need to go through the cost and expense to come back and do a service plan amendment. And while we love talking to you folks, there may be other members one day that don't share your same views on the transparency requirements and the meeting requirements. I can tell you, we absolutely will follow the provisions set forth in Colorado law with respect to notification and requirements. To the extent the council members would like text changes right now, I am happy to make those handwritten changes, have your council review them, and if they are acceptable to council, you can approve it with those changes.
Curious.
I can wait till you're done.
I'm just curious if there's a possible easy solution for the motion maker, being myself, to add the 14-day notification period plus notifying the HOA, or so 14-day notification to the city and HOA, as well as that all meetings will be virtual. Because that seems to be the hang-up. So can it be as simple as that, or do you actually have to write it?
Well, I will rely on your city team to answer that. With respect to notification to the HOA, to Council Member Seymour's point, which is a great point, we will not actually have homeowners out there for two years. And the district, once it gets formed, will need to take action. And so there will be no homeowners association formed at that point in time to notify. As we currently have it drafted, it's tied to a certificate of occupancy. So I would suggest that I think the 14-day notification period is fine regardless of whether we have residents or not. With respect to email notification, I think we need to use reasonable efforts. I mean, certainly there are homeowners out there that won't have emails. I know it's hard to believe at this day and age, but there may be residents that don't have emails or don't want to provide us that. And with respect to notification to an HOA or management company, I think that we need to make that notification as soon as there is a resident living there. But until then, there's no HOA or management company to notify, if that makes sense.
I guess the alternative might be that in the disclosure form that you need to provide, that there be clear delineation of what your disclosure and notification process, or I should say what your notification process would be for meetings to all the residents, so they would see that, okay, this is how you're going to communicate when meetings are. And that disclosure form is something that we would review, right?
It is something you would review. So under section 11, I'm sorry, it's getting late, and Roman numerals just, page 14, subsection A, disclosures to purchasers, provides that the districts shall provide the city with a copy of the recorded notice of disclosure for review prior to recordation. So we will need to bring that document to the city staff for their review and consideration before we record it in the real property records, which is an obligation under our service plan.
Mr. Frankel?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that our council is supportive of this in concept, that it could be modification. There could be modification tonight of the service plan to incorporate these amendments that Councilor Namela has articulated. And if that were incorporated into the motion, council would vote upon it, the document then could be updated to reflect those changes. Is that fair, Mr. Weiser?
Correct. I thought where the mayor pro tem was going was correct. That a way to do this would be to modify the motion to say that the service plan is approved subject to these changes being incorporated before filing.
That would be my recommendation, to get the service plan to be exactly the way you want it, so that you vote on the service plan.
But then no reason to come back before you is where I was going with that.
Let me just ask if there's anyone that doesn't agree with that. We need to know that now. Baker?
Yeah, I find no compelling public purpose or reason approving the plan. I think we're doing a disservice to the people who come later on, to the people in the future. But I see that as a minority position. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Councilor Rosati?
I just wanted to say, for it to be known that I do not believe that the additional tax burden of 40 mills is commensurate with the public benefit. So I will be voting no on this. We need to protect our future residents. Just because they're not here right now doesn't mean that they don't matter. Thanks.
The rest would incorporate what has been said. So we have that all listed.
Did we confirm both?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I need to know that there was mention about the HOA, so I just need to know exactly what.
But is it a notification of 14 days and virtual meetings, or is it just 14 days?
Tired. That all meetings would be virtual as well. So 14 days notice.
Because I don't mind the 14 days. I do mind it with the provision of saying it has to be virtual. Because I think there's significant benefit of in person, or at least hybrid.
Well, hybrid, yeah, the all meetings have a virtual component.
Okay, because if it was just virtual,
Right, yeah, I agree.
The amendment be 14-day notification though, and leave out this 14-day notification and the option of virtual for all.
And if I could, I think I've got a list for your consideration. So 14-day notification of the city, virtual option of participation, or as you indicate, hybrid option, email notification of electors, and HOA and management company notification once residents are on site. Is that capture the edits you were proposing?
Yes.
So does the motion maker agree to that?
Yes.
And the second? Okay. Is there any further discussion?
I would just perhaps a good confirmation, Paula. The terminology that I'm using, is that compatible with your service plan?
No, I think you've got it all right. My concern again is requiring, I think the requirement to provide email notification of board meetings 14 days in advance of the board meeting is fine to the extent the district has access to an email address. If the district does not have access to an email address, the notification shall be made via its website or other process allowable under Colorado law.
And motion maker, you're okay with that?
Yep.
Second? Is okay.
Exactly what she said.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Seymour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just some final thoughts on this, because I think we've dispelled some thoughts too, in that homeowners will not be holding the debt. They will not have risk, investors will. And that $160 million is going to be expended on this, and $60 million is just a portion of that, not the full load on this, just a portion of it. And that there is not taxation without representation. That is why this is before council. We were elected to make these fund decisions, and that then every owner has the ability to be on this board, and that Colorado law continues to evolve and give those members more and more power, and that this is not in perpetuity. And I am the one who brought up the fact, I think after our last post meeting, is that in this current home buying environment, people are looking and are finding ways to buy homes that fit into their needs. And to be approved for those, everything has to go before their underwriter, including the cost of their insurance. which they try to manipulate daily, and the taxes as part of their ability to buy a home. This is all disclosed every day. And now with the new disclosure rules, 30+ days in advance. There is no wool being pulled over anyone's eyes. People, buyers, consumers have the opportunity to get more information today than ever before, and it is available to them and will be. So if someone doesn't want to buy into a metro district, no one is going to make them do that. So I will be in support of this.
Didn't see who was first, Mayor Pro Tem.
No, fine. I just wanted to make a couple quick points. I have gotten a plethora of phone calls over the weekend and today. I was sharing with the mayor today. I actually got 3 phone calls at once during when I was supposed to get an 11 o'clock appointment today about work. So I missed my call and took a resident call, which I'm happy to do, but it was that kind of day where 2 calls and 1 to voicemail. I actually haven't seen that on my phone before. I'm not that popular. However, all the calls I think were good in the fact that it allowed the opportunity for discussion and a lot of times to vet out the notification process, probably being the #1 thing that I had concerns about. And it was people from all over the city, from my far west neck of the woods, that were concerned that people would not know what they were buying into. So I appreciate the fact that not only did you guys come above and beyond, but that you were willing to take additional things because that by and large is the biggest concern that I have heard through this process, as well as I know that the development team was there as well as our staff. That was the biggest concern that I spoke of during our meetings for this. The other thing that I would say is the reason that I do like what you're doing with this development is that missing middle, both that Councilor Seymour just kind of alluded to and you guys did. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who lives in the city. He and I were talking about how ridiculous our house's value is, which great. However, I couldn't buy my home today if I had to go buy it today. And a lot of that is because of supply and demand on top of everything else. The same friend told me if I thought I was ever going to live in a $750,000 home, I thought it'd be a lot nicer than it is. So there is the need for this kind of house. So whenever we get the opportunity to find the right ones and be able to approve them, I appreciate it. I appreciate staff bringing these kinds of things forward and these kind of solutions to make that happen, because there are people out there trying to find that first home or second home that want to live in single family homes in the suburbs. So this is going to give a lot of families that opportunity. So I will be supporting this.
Councilor Namella.
So I also heard from a lot of residents who called and who were concerned about both notification issues and buyers not being aware, which I think we can solve for. The other piece that I was hearing a lot from community members, both by phone and by, just the comments that we heard tonight, a lot of them are still unhappy about the project as a whole, which, that piece, we approved the zoning for this project back in, was it December of last year? So that's not on the table right now. I did not know, and I'm almost still don't know where I'm at with this, because I'm still struggling with my disappointment over just what I was hoping that we'd see on this site in terms of more affordability. The attainable housing, unless that's deed restricted, it's not going to be attainable. It's going to be what it can be sold for. And it's not, I'd love to see, if you want smaller lot sizes, come in with 120% area median income and deed restrict those. And, let's have a conversation as a community over what real attainable housing is, because that's not what we're going to get on this site. So that piece is still a struggle to me. outside of that, I do weigh this with some of the public benefit that this brings to the area in terms of the park space and the improvements to the surrounding streets like Lowell and Federal, and what the water main improvements would do to and the infrastructure improvements for some of the surrounding neighborhoods. Sorry, I'm still thinking on this one, but that's kind of where I'm at right now, and it's a struggle because we had the 25 mils as a stated policy, and even on the slide 11 of the PowerPoint that the development team showed, when staff conveyed that, hey, yeah, this meets our policy, but we wouldn't allow for any, it's stated under there that we wouldn't allow for any exceptions. And yet this project continued to go on. So it's, anyway, that's where I'm at. Still thinking.
Councilor Evans.
Thank you to everyone who has called and emailed. I haven't had an opportunity to respond or take those phone calls. There was a couple this evening that I was able to get to. I'm just thanking you for your email. I have listened to all of your voicemails and have read all of your emails. And I appreciate those that had come out tonight and to give public comment on this important matter. For multiple meetings in our study sessions, I have questioned MSDs. I have done my due diligence in reading and trying to understand, because at first, on the face of it, when you have news stories with such negative effects of MSDs, you start to question if it's a really true public benefit. But looking into the parameters that are set by law and by our service plan that is required within our policy, it outlines a very clear expectation and guideline as far as how this is accomplished. And so this is a finance tool within the means of our law and our policy. Yes, it goes against the exception of what our mill sets is 25 mils. But there have been exceptions in the past. I'm not necessarily keen on making this exception, but it is an individual choice to purchase into a metro district. It is a individual choice, and the onus is on a person to make those decisions. I think someone mentioned it tonight in that you can't physically make people look at documents, even though there are signs everywhere, even though there are notices everywhere on buying a home that has this kind of taxation and or district. So I fully understand that. I understand both sides of this coin, and I would kind of agree with Councilor Namella in that it wasn't necessarily a clear. This is sounds like a good thing, but at the end of the day, looking at all the evidence and really learning and diving into this, the thought that I have is that this is for our future. This is for our residents and being able to attain housing. And that's what we desperately need. We continue to hear that in our community surveys, that we need affordable housing, attainable housing. And, this is a financing tool to be able to get that done. And so I will be in support of this tonight.
Don't think there's much more to say, but I've been gone for 2 weeks, but I did listen to every email between last night when I got home and today. I've answered all of the emails. I have read them. And so my clock is at 2:16 in the morning. I want to thank everybody that has come to all of our meetings. I remember last December, it was long 3 days and nights. But it takes time, and working in the finance business for 10 years in public finance, I watch these and I know how they work, and I understand them. And it truly is the investors that are the ones holding the bag. It's not the people that buy in the Metro District. I agree with you, Councillor Emmons. It's about choices, and we have lots of choices in the city. We do have a couple that we know are at 35 mills. And as you shared with Gallagher Amendment and whatnot, they're getting close to 40 mills. That plan probably needs to be updated a bit because it's 20 years later. We're in inflation times and it's crazy. So it's like making them trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And so I know right now we have areas that don't have HOAs. That's a choice. We have people that have HOAs. That's a choice. We have the metro districts. And we have people in their HOAs deciding whether they pay this amount or up to $3,600 a year. It's all about choices, and it's about having those different choices. So I know it's been long and hard. 5 years for you folks, our team of staff that have been here, and I see your tiredness. And so I will be supporting this, and I don't see any more lights, so let's vote.
Councillor Seymour.
Yes.
Councillor Baker.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem DeMont.
Yes.
Councillor Emmons.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
No.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Councillor Nurmela. Sorry.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 5-2 vote.
Thank you, everyone. Have a safe drive home. Keep your eyes open, and thank you guys for everything.
Hi, how are y'all?